Who wants to recap what happened in the last session?
I can. I need the inspiration.
Yeah, but you weren't here for the entire thing, and I didn't post the video.
Discriminate against me? Attendance should be a part of this. It should be about equalness. It should be about party needs. Please, someone
Okay,
speak up. Save me.
all
I'm
right.
digging myself into a hole.
What happened? And if it's a good enough recap, I'll give it to you. But if not, I am going to discriminate all over you.
Not discrimination.
Do it, Bones.
Okay, I cannot
Just
not stand for that discrimination. That's all over the place, Joy. You've won. There's no topping that.
All right. All right. Zorg, Ash, you two were here for most of the session. Do you want to recap it?
No.
I guess I'll recap it.
Okay. If you don't remember it that well, then I can just recap from the top of my head.
I'm like, all I remember is that we got political.
That's going to be a recurring answer for the rest of the game, I feel.
We
Before I
talked.
left,
We talked to Darren Stormright of Veer. He was
Okay.
the
Alright.
revolution leader, kind of. He was the guy trying to recruit us into his cause. Zorg talked to him about revolution.
Alright. So, we'll go right back to the start of the session. I believe it was mostly the Zorg and Ash show, right?
Yeah.
Zorg and Ash.
Mainly.
Yeah. Okay, so at the start of the session, Zorg and Ash went to the. Hold on, let me turn on the music. Zorg and Ash went to the slum district to go to the tavern that supposedly this rebellion meeting was taking place in. The first thing that happens is that the guards notices that they look like they're terrorists and try to stop them and tell them that the slums are very dangerous. You're likely to get mugged if you go in there.
Try flexing my dick.
Yes. Ash pretty much said, "Hey, I'm a champion in the Tournament of Steel." So they allow Zorg, Ash, and Zalil past, but give them a warning to watch their backs. Not long after arriving in the slums, they find a dwarf from Klinko getting mugged by two mercenaries who seem to be hired by the House of Steel. After one of the mercenaries warned them not to get involved if they value their lives, Zorg threw his shield at them, and then Ash threw a smoke bomb of sorts. All three of them escape, including Magnum from Klinko.
Zorg had to pick him up.
Noticing that Magnum was out of breath and saying to slow down, Zorg just picks him up. He asks politely to get put down, and Zorg refuses until Zalil attempts to convince him. Zorg begins to think about dropping him until Magnum shoves him and pushes himself out of his arms. He thanks them for stepping in, even if they're getting a bit too close for his liking, and gives them a device that can help disable war constructs, basically, from Klinko. The two of them did theorize that or maybe it was secret. But basically, there was the theory going around that maybe the House of Steel are trying to assassinate this guy from Klinko, but he says no, he's working with the two houses, with the House of Cinders and the House of Steel as well. He's on his way to meet the gnome that you saved in the very first session, Harius the gnome, but he declined to give any details in exchange for not prying for your guys' details on what you were doing this night. And I think I still have him out here somewhere. Yeah. This guy is Magnum from Klinko. Steampunk dwarf. Without the chair. He couldn't bring his chair with him over, at least out in public. And everyone seems to think he's Santa Claus.
Thank you. I was resisting so hard right now.
I mean, is there a gnome that isn't Santa Claus?
Santa Claus.
I thought they just like stood on top of each other's shoulders and just became this big jolly guy.
Santa Claus.
Possible theory, possible theory. Don't tell the kids, though.
Everybody knows Santa Claus is a gnome artificer.
Gnome artificer with their, I forget what it's called, their mechanical companion is actually a sled or a reindeer.
Yeah.
That's why Rudolph's nose glows.
Alright, but anyway, so Zorg, Ash, and Zalile go to Bugsy's tavern. Actually, no, before that, you bump into the group of miners that you had rescued from Iron Ridge Mine. Drugel, Boris, the older miner, Mason, and Frankie the kid. And the party also noticed a cloaked figure. He has a gigantic cloak that is covering most of his features from all but the most observant person. He unsettles pretty much everyone. And walks into the tavern. He offered to heal all the miners, but they all declined, basically. Trying to think if there was any important small talk that happened before that.
I guess
we'll
just
go
how
through.
I shouldn't be eating people.
Oh yeah, Drugel, you kept openly eating human fingers in front of him, and Drugel was basically yelling at you, saying, "Look, if anyone asks, especially the law enforcement, I don't know you." I think I'll cover pretty much everything. Most of this was talking with Drugel, the miners, and the rebellion, so we'll move the scene back inside. The party happens to get a table right next to the creepy robed figure. They order their meals, and they hear all manner of things and talk about a lot of different things. So, first thing on the agenda was Drugel basically tries to convince all the miners at the table to become mercenaries and do mercenary work. He thinks that all of them have potential, and pretty much the party didn't speak out against it, didn't try to dissuade any of them. So it's a possibility that they're all possibly going to be mercenaries in the future, including Drugel.
And then fodder.
Not if I have something to say about it.
Well, we'll see how the night goes.
Drugel did mention that Frankie does have potential, and pretty much downplayed the idea of murder, saying that, you'll get used to it, don't worry.
I just sat there a little drunk and not denying anything, because, there's no lie.
the mysterious robed figure did voice a little bit of objection, saying that it's a very dangerous road to take and a very dangerous mentality to have. In the middle of your conversation, you also hear some talking about some of the recent events, some of which were direct consequences to you guys pointing out that the flour in Iron Ridge Mine was adulterated with some sort of rock or mineral. There's a new flour regulation law around, and a lot of the commoners are calling bullshit, saying that this is just a ploy from the upper nobility to basically corner the market to corner the bread market, essentially. A lot of millers have getting pay cuts, except for millers belonging to the House of Wild. Drugel offhandedly mentions that the other day he actually went to prison. He happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, bumped into a goblin or a hobgoblin who was basically a goblin or a hobgoblin who basically was tricked over to Vir with the promise of fortunes or a promise of a stable job, only to be trapped in Vir in debt with no way to go back except to build money up here. They were given these phony labor permits that Zalile and Ash were able to identify as forgeries. And people are being, basically, these foreigners are being misled into how the process works over here. Because none of you needed a labor permit in order to work any of the jobs. But apparently these people are being put in debt and being issued these phony labor permits. Let's see. There was a lot. Alright, so delving into the rebellion discussion. The gist of what you guys wanted to... The gist of what Ash and Zorgo wanted was that they wanted the rebellion to... There were two different methods suggested. One was more peaceful, and one was basically taking the town by force. And the party, Ash and Zorg gently pushed the rebellion more in the peaceful direction, into effectively making it more so a big workers' protest rather than a armed rebellion. Drugel and Darren Stormwright, who is this guy, were basically at the table and they were discussing a lot of things. There didn't seem to be actually, maybe I should put it this way. They were discussing various foundational ideologies on how to base their rebellion. Darren really wants to see if he can get foreign support and foreign aid through all of the foreigners in town right now. Drugel says that's too risky and they should wait until after the Festival of Prosperity. Darren Stormwright wants to take out the leading houses because even if they succeed in a peaceful rebellion, he thinks that those leading houses, they're just going to start undermining their efforts, as well as making people conveniently disappear. Drugel did state that, well, the general idea that both of them seem to be going is that what they're going to do is organize a gigantic worker strike, because it's the workers who make up a majority of the population. If the workers all just refuse to work, including the slaves and the people who are basically pressed into slavery in all but name, if they can get all of them on their side and just walk out of the town, fortify a hill, and just not work for the upper class, then they'll have to give in to the demands. Drugel's thinking that one of the things they could do is, since there's 8 houses right now, they could create a 9th house, which is essentially the house of the common people. A representation for not just the aristocracy, but for just ordinary people. Zorg did state that one of the big goals of the rebellion should be ending slavery, which Drugel generally agreed with, because getting slaves on the side of the protest would be very important to make it all work. Let me see. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be acting until after the Festival of Prosperity, because they're worried foreign visitors might be enlisted to be strike breakers, basically, and foreign mercenaries could also be enlisted to basically coerce people into falling in line. Darren Stormwright seems to have some connections in the rebellion and has some plans. At the very least, the first thing that he's going to be enacting is getting the common people some self-defense training, basically trying to form a militia with them. And in that sense, they recruited, at minimum, both Ash and Zorg into their rebellion. Zorg is going to be in charge of training these people. They're going to be using the public training grounds that are right next to the Colosseum where the Tournament of Steel is going to be held. And Ash offered up his services as an alchemist, so he'll be forwarding potions and supplies to them. And if they wanted to, if you guys want to speak to Darren Stormwright, he doesn't give a address or anything. He says, come to Bugsy's Tavern and seek out that beggar guy that you saved from the sewers. A guy by the name of Anton. I don't remember if I missed anything else important. Oh, I guess at the very end...
You missed two things, actually. You forgot the actual beginning of the session, which led to what happened at the end of the session. I'll give you a hint. Secret finished his conversation with his father. His father telling him about the vision of... Be on the lookout for a Thri-Kreen. He's going to potentially be very important to your mission, and make sure he knows not to cast any magic at all on Ash due to a potentially similar of some sort demonic connection. Then he met with Cass and you're going to have to help me with the woman's name. Lucille. Where he then basically told her what's up, what his plans are, and that he wants to recruit her, and in exchange for her help, that he would, in fact, also continue helping her with her studies so she can become a cleric, because as a seer, he has the power to ordain new clerics after they finish their study.
Yep.
And then on his way to his dinner date, he ran into said prophesized Thrycreen, while said Thrycreen was following the other party members, to which then Secret assumed he was following them because they offended him in some way because of who was there.
Yep. All right. And I think that's, well, now is that, I forget if I missed anything else important in the whole rebellion discussion. I tried to
That's all I
generalize it.
remember.
I think that covers the broad strokes of the conversation without going into the minor parts. All right. So now we are going to pan the camera to everyone else who is going to be having a dinner date this night.
I think you originally wanted to start with Stefan, didn't you?
We could go with Stefan.
Because that would be earliest in the chronological order, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes, I believe. Stefan was the first one to leave, so technically, yes. All right.
Yeah, I was.
So,
I went AFK and never came back.
Yes. I was actually about to jump over to Stefan's point of view just before you left.
Well,
but yeah.
Something come up.
Yep. All right. So camera moves over to Stefan. You've managed to track down Monica and Astoria. They're not too hard to find.
No, I didn't expect so.
They're just in the commercial district, away from the others. You basically meet up at one of the local bars. It seems to be a local favorite. There's a lot of people all around. All right. And as when Monica sees you enter into the bar, she waves you over.
Wander over to them and sit down and say, well, did you ladies have a nice visit, a chance for a little girl-to-girl time?
Well, she definitely did try to pick my brain apart about all the secrets of wind magic.
No, of course. Yep. But you got to admit, she's very, very capable as a student. I found her very knowledgeable and able to learn a lot. Did you teach her a lot, or did you just kind of push her away on that?
Well, she does seem fairly talented. I did teach her a lot of basics. I did teach her a lot of basic wind magic spells, but of course we don't have that much time, especially for the more advanced ones.
Yeah, that's expected. I didn't expect you to be teaching her how to throw hurricanes around or something, but just some of the basic stuff that could be fun. She doesn't want to learn the damaging stuff anyway, just the stuff that can be used to defend or maybe do little fun things with. She's a pacifist, basically, aren't you, dear?
And Monica does say, "Oh, well, I did learn some damaging spells because I knew you might be interested in some of them. But it's true. I won't. But it is true. I don't really like using offensive spells myself."
Yeah, I know. I found that out when I tried to teach you one. And you learned it, but you wouldn't use it against anything. So that's part of your charm, dear. You're just a very nice person. And
how peculiar.
I really have grown fond of you. So,
very, very fun.
I look around the room and I say, boy, look at those people all looking at me. I'm in here with the two best looking women in the room, and they're all envious.
Okay, well, first I'm going to have Monica respond to I'm fond of you, and Monica does respond. And I think you're great too, Stefan. If you're attempting to make any move, it just bounces right off of her.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
and-
I'm Uncle Stefan right now.
Yes, you are Uncle Stefan. And Astoria does say, well, yes, you are quite a lucky man. There, I have to say, I do have some reputation. Astoria of Farwind, a musician known a bit far from home, at least before the war hit.
Well,
Huh.
this child's mother is quick. Where's my
Owen.
thing? Yeah. Yeah. Is the adopted daughter of Elwyn. I'm sure you have heard of her. I got my notes and they're all on my character sheet. I didn't have it open yet. That's terrible. Yes, she's the adopted daughter of Elwyn, the Archmage of Ashenvale. And
Oh. I suppose that does explain quite a bit about why she's so knowledgeable and proficient.
yes, she is rather exceptional. And her mother has asked me to kind of act as escort and guardian for her while she explores the world to make sure she doesn't get unnecessarily hurt. And that's why we're together. At least that's why we started together. And that's the story of Monica and I.
Ah, how interesting. Well, if you'd like to know where I'm from,
I
I'm
believe
simply-
you were starting to tell us.
yes. I am... Before the war hit, when I was around 16 years old, I did travel from place to place, traveling with the wind, basically. A lot of us wind clerics tend to not be bound down to any one location, even our homeland of Farwind. Throughout my travels, I have learned quite a bit about all the different people throughout the land. Monica, how many different cultures or schools of magic have you been exposed to? Because if you'd like, I can tell you a little bit about each of the gods and each of their people. Alright. This could be a gigantic lore dump section.
Let's not get into that heavy.
Maybe not that heavy, but there's about 19 different gods, so even if I put a sentence for each, that can still be quite a bit. So, if you want to step in and shorten it down a little bit, just... then we can...
Do you really want to learn about the different things about the gods, Monica? You know, there are quite a few.
Okay.
Maybe just the relevant gods at this time. There's a lot of them out there that
Okay.
really aren't that active. Of course, we've been familiar with Sakava because that's who's been having us do things.
Okay.
And
I will-
Pyre, who's telling us all about Zygon when he feels like it. both of them seem to be pretty good representatives of their parentage.
Okay. I do have to ask, have you told Monica about, like, any of your plans to go to Waganchi?
My plans to go there?
No, I suppose this might have been a party thing. I'm not sure if this is a party consensus yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I wasn't
So
here
far,
for
this
most of
is.
last
I
game.
think that was just Secret Dream's plan
Dream.
so far, and because he hasn't really had a chance. I think he talked about it with the party, but it was more just like, "Hey, this is what I'm finding out. I'll tell you more."
Okay. What does she want to learn? Monica does say, I mean, I always want to learn a lot about the different cultures and the different gods in this world, but if we really did have to shorten it, how about the people who were participating in that tournament?
Yes.
All right.
That would be interesting to know more about them.
All right. The mammoth, the Loxodon, Dmitri of Kazarath. He's part of the Royal Guard of Kazarath. Not exactly a commander or a captain, but he does seem to have a high rank in there. The magics of Polaris tend to focus around eating magic, nullifying magic, as well as bypassing physical defenses. It's a lot more centered towards anything magical. It's a lot more centered around dealing with anything magical, though. Some of the spells he was using, like some of the spells he used, would have definitely eaten a spell and restored his spell slots. And if he had any application, if he had any reason to use it, it's likely he would have tried to freeze something solid. It's a spell called Brittle that does... It's a spell called Brittle, and with enough force, he can break many things with it, including solid steel. Kazarath has been known as the city-state that managed, one of the few city-states that have managed to survive a full-powered flame strike from Zygon. Not just flame strike as the spell, but literally being incinerated. So ice magic is fairly potent. Let's see. Elric of Soluna seems to be either a light paladin or a light cleric of some sort. Oh wait, Elric was actually part of her team, so she would know more about it. Elric is a light paladin. Lumen created elves and gifted them with great eyesight as well as peerless marksmanship. They can fire their spells much greater distances using their bows. Their magic can dispel any falsehoods, whether it's shape-shifting, fogs, darkness, etc. Anything that can disguise, including illusions. In addition, their main specialty is purification. Whether it's killing demons or undead, or reversing their effects. Purification tends to be what light mages are known for. Purification removes all traces of magic, including positive and negative buffs. Before Mimosa fell, the two gentlemen in those giant suits of armor, both of them have training in magnetism and in earth magic. Effectively, the earth mage can shape the land as he pleases. but all these changes are temporary, unfortunately. What they're most well known for is using magnetism to launch both themselves as well as their enemies. Though right now in Mermosa, they're quite well known for using various oils and metal ships. There actually exist oils that are not flammable, but they use a mix of both flammable and non-flammable oils to wreak havoc out at the high seas. And that Minotaur, I've only seen them in action once, but they are able to attack multiple targets at the same time with all of the weapons strapped onto their armor. They don't just make a singular attack, they can make several attacks all at once. Their control over their magnetic armor as well as their magnetic weapons are very precise. They can even use it to launch themselves if they don't have an Earth Mage present to actually launch them thousands of feet. The Goblin, Beru of Haradel, is a very skilled alchemist. Alchemy and other underhanded combat are very important things in Haradel. They typically don't fight their engagements directly. They like fighting them indirectly or leaving traps for their enemies. Theoretically, Beru can do just about anything with his alchemy. He seems to know quite a bit of different plants, if you're interested in learning about them. If you have any questions on the plant life, any questions about alchemy, or want training for stealth or any of those specialties, then Beru and Haradel is the place to go. Clearheart was a part of her team, so she'd know more about it. Clearheart has a very unusual form of magic that I haven't seen before. Her magic is sound-based. Not only can she replicate effects of spells that happen within her vicinity, she can also boost them and amplify them, whether it's increasing their damage, increasing accuracy, increasing spell DC, or increasing anything about the spell. It has an effect of boosting magical effects, physical effects, and just in general supporting people. Let's see, am I forgetting about anyone? There was also Lyric. That was all of them. Dimitri was with the first one, with that one, with that one. Wait, who was that? Lyric. Right, Lyric was with the first one. And Lyric. Kenkus are very rare, especially ones that bear the Mark of Visage. At least, the first Mark of Visage. The Mark of Visage is capable of replicating just about anything and everything, although it can backfire to inexperienced users. You can use the Mark of Visage to replicate god marks, to replicate spells, and replicate even unique effects, even when they're anatomically impossible or spiritually or magically impossible. Some users of the Mark of Visage are even capable of mimicking godly abilities. But being able to mimic an ability based off of memory is incredibly difficult. Only a master would be capable of that. Okay. If you have any questions about any of the contestants, then you can feel free to ask. but they all have their different schools of magic. If you did want to approach one of them for Monica to learn stuff in the future, I can essentially just do that off screen for a couple of them. Obviously not all of them.
Yeah. Thinking on this.
Yep.
The one that was really interesting was the mammoth guy who can use other people's stuff and make it disappear and make it go away and stop things. That's always interesting to be able to stop other people's spells.
The anti-magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That I think would be very interesting for Monica because
Okay.
She is so much into the non-aggressive or combative spells that those would be very interesting for her to learn.
All right. I hear that we've all
Perhaps
been in...
we could arrange something like that, i.e., as you say, off camera.
Okay. Yep. Essentially, you're just going to be making that connection at the big party later tonight. It's just going to be implied. But she will mention that, well, if you are looking to counter magic, he can probably teach you how to eat spells, basically remove them off of people and restore your own spell slots, or learn how to steal spells, which is basically like an improved counterspell. You counter the spell, and now you have the spell you can use for yourself without using a spell slot.
Yeah. That type of thing is really useful, especially when you have limited spells.
Yep, indeed. Yep, being able to consume spells and just get that spell slot if you see a bunch of magical buffs on something. But that's the tricky part in this game. You don't know. I'm probably going to make magical effects. Magical effects are probably going to be given a vague spell level, even if it's just first level. But if you see a magical effect, it's probably you can probably eat it. More magical effects, more spell slots gained.
Yeah. Well, that's something we can work on off camera and not take up party time.
Yep. All right.
We'll wine and dine the ladies and see if anybody is getting too tipsy.
Monica just drinks milk. She doesn't drink any wine. You're pretty sure Astoria's gone through an entire bottle. She doesn't. She seems to be a pretty heavy drinker, though.
Yeah, I do drink my own, and able to hold it fairly well.
Okay.
When the evening ends, I'll escort the ladies to their residence and see how things go from there.
Okay. Since you guys have been invited to the little big party, Monica does want to go with
of
you.
Course.
So, Astoria. So yeah, when guys go to leave, Astoria does bow to you and give her goodbyes. I just think. I will also mention that I have been thinking about giving Stefan some extra features as well.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about it, though.
I will give Astoria a big hug and say, I wish you had stayed with me instead of fooling around all the way down there. Perhaps we could have shared in the reward and been co-champions of catching the chicken. You were keeping up real well for a while.
Yes, I have to say, I wasn't expecting someone to actually tear the head off the Golden Rooster, and I also wasn't expecting Mr. Wild to say that it technically wasn't violating the rules, since
That
technically,
was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
yes, he said that the only condition was that the rooster needed to arrive to the cage alive, but didn't seem to be. But killing the rooster didn't seem to violate any rules. It was.
And it didn't seem to work permanently.
Indeed. There's a lot of strange things in this world, especially in Veer.
And that rooster was one of them. He was a strange creature. Or she, or it, or whatever it was. It passed as a rooster, so I would say he, but you know, you never know.
I mean, some of the gods can change their genders on a whim, so why not that
heard-
rooster?
I've heard there's some creatures that can do that too.
Yes, yes. But congratulations on your victory. I do have other appointments I need to uphold, but it was
That's all
nice
right.
dining with you.
Well, we'll see you around. We'll see you at the party, I'm sure.
Yes, I will be there sometime. And she gives you a little bit of a wave. And Monica gives an energetic wave back.
And I'll give her a salute to let her know I'm
Okay.
saluting her skills, not just saying goodbye.
Yep.
Her superior skill, I should say.
All right. If I ever forget, be sure to remind me that Monica knows a lot more level 1, level 2, and level 3 wind spells than just Wind Blade and redirect projectiles.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and now we're going to move the camera over to Pyre, and I haven't forgotten, so what do you know about Thrycreans? Roll a history check for me, please.
Oh boy. Be a great reason to get out of the state. I am working on that history check.
Okay.
That is a 13.
Thrycreans are present around the deserts of Zakir. Zakir does have some populations that appear in Zakir at times, so you're not completely sheltered and you have had some contact with them here and there. Thrycreans, say with a 13, they come from the city. They are most populous around the ruins of the former city-state of Darrence, but you've likely heard a lot of things about Thrycreans, how a bunch of them tend to be nomadic raiders. They hide in the sands, wait for unsuspecting merchants or travelers to pass by and then pounce on them, kill them, and take their belongings. It's a very common thing out in Darrence, but not all of them are sand bandits. Some of them do domesticate army ants and have tried to form small villages out in the desert. In general, they would probably seem like a less civilized race to the people of Zakir, especially after the fall of their actual city-state. They haven't reformed a city-state ever since.
So they were in
else?
Drenez when it was burned. Oh, I'm looking
No.
at Zucani. My bad. Drenez wasn't burned.
Zucani was burned, Darence was burnt down here. Drenzis was technically burned because Zucani was burned. And Tareth was also burned. Darence was not burnt. Darence was not burnt. That one, Darence, suffered a zombie apocalypse, basically.
Ah, okay. My bad. I was looking at Drenez versus Darence. Very similar. All right. So in that case, how welcome are they in Zakir? Like, obviously it's sand bandits, but if one was to come alone, say it had wares to sell, would this be like a pawn shop
Yeah.
sort of opportunity of, yeah, bloody gear, we'll give you some change, I guess. Recycle.
You see some people who pawn off gear, but you also see some like legitimate farmers and traders come in with some worker army ants as well, like actual legitimate business and homegrown business from the looks of it.
All right, so they're not just straight up raiders. It's just that's what they're known for, but there's probably something
Yes.
underneath there that I'm not as familiar with.
Yep, some of the deserts around Zakir would probably have some Thri-Kreens that do assist Zakir, especially in terms of food.
All right, is there a Thri-Kreen that would be something in my knowledge in terms of popularity, iconic, a hero, a ruler, anything that would be of note? I don't probably know its name, but what they've done to meet the notice of the history books.
Notice of the history books. Your education would likely be sometime after the Divine Crusade. A bit of retcon. So after the fall of Darence, they probably would vaguely tell you about how they have, what is it called? A caliph? Yeah, it's the Middle East. It's whoever the ruler was of the Middle Eastern dynasties. I think it's the caliph. But basically, they did have a caliph, though you don't get one specifically by name. It seems that Zygon didn't deem it fit to have them remembered in your education.
Okay, so there is some form of rulership and royalty. It's just, it's not a straight up hive, to my knowledge.
At least that's how Darence worked. It was a mercantile city-state. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Beggars at the doorstep.
Yep, beggars at the doorstep. All right. So you walked off with the female gnome, whose name you still do not know. All right. You go to... Where would Pyre want to go? You walked off with her.
Chicken.
So...
I am going for chicken. Fried chicken. Like the quality grease trap. I'm not looking for some shack. I am looking for the... If I was to get the most expensive junk food, that's where I'm going. And no, I'm not traveling across town to get it. It's just in the local area.
The most
Baskin Robbins versus Burger King in terms of quality. We're going for more Baskin Robbins.
All the way, or Popeyes.
Okay.
Godiva instead of Hershey's.
Okay. Do you voice your desire to the female gnome, or do you just go?
I've already voiced it.
Okay, so you voiced it to you directly.
Time.
So
I was like, hey, like let's go get some chicken, and I'll walk off. And she, I think, followed. We kind of followed each other. That awkward high school moment where you realize both of you are following each other, but not.
Yep. Okay. So let me see. I think it might. Funnily enough, it probably would be something sold by the House of Wild. So she does say, "All right, if you want good chicken, then come over here. House of Wild really do know how to cook a mean chicken." Which makes sense, after all. We did have to go, well, you did have to go and chase around a cock for a little while.
I assure you, I did no cock chasing. All right.
Your cock-stained hands say otherwise.
They were trying to catch it. I killed it. There's a difference.
Whatever makes you feel better. And she brings you to a series of stalls. They have gigantic lines of foreigners, but in front of them. She effectively
the front. Go ahead.
She cuts to the front even before you do. Like, she's ahead of you, and she says,
it's like Hire's all like proud. He's like 3 people from the front, and he looks ahead of him, past the guy who's slightly larger, or a little too hard to see past. There she is, very front of the line. He's like, "Damn it!"
Yeah, like she cuts ahead as well. You see her pull out. You see her like reach into her pocket, and she pulls out a little badge and says, "We are VIP guests. We are VIP guests here in Veer. So I'd recommend that you serve us first." And she slips the little symbol back into her pocket. The stall guy goes, "Ah, yes, of course. Anyone who's a guest of Mr. Veer and the noble houses. Yes." And they, like, I suppose, what would be your order? And you see all sorts of varying chickens prepared with various styles, with all sorts of sauces readily available on hand. You can eat some. You can even just get an entire chicken on a stick if you want. That's sold for some of the bigger people here as well.
He'll grin. Is there an all-you-can-eat option, DM?
An all-you-can-eat option.
One of those like, if you can eat this much, your meal is free. Or you go up on the history board book.
Oh.
I thought he was gonna be like, "Here, I have like a piece of platinum. I want everything."
Ah.
That's
If
the
you
next
wanted
step. That's the next step.
The gnome and the vendor, like, they do look at you and they say, "Ah, if that was what you were looking for, I do have a place in mind." There was the House of Wild. One of their leading restaurants is doing a eat till you drop event. If you can eat 50 whole giant buckets of chicken, then they give you a prize reward of around 500 gold pieces. But of course, that's a lot of chicken. They're not just any chicken. They're the largest breed available. Some that would be equivalent to the size of
Are you
raptors.
saying that I should go somewhere else for my business?
Indeed. It would, if you want all you
now
can eat.
serve a mill that has, does some finger counting. 500 wouldn't be right. 100 gold bounty. And he'll hand a pouch over to the shopkeep. That's the new bounty. They have to beat, let's say, double what I can do.
Well, sir, this is just a stall. I don't have nearly enough chickens to feed everyone. You'd have to go to the restaurant where they're just absolutely stocked with chickens.
Did you just say no to a VIP guest?
I mean, I can, but it would be a very disappointingly short contest. I only have a few dozen chickens. I don't exactly have hundreds upon hundreds of chickens.
How much gold would you be making with that versus serving an entire line of people?
Well, I mean, I won't refuse, but if you really want the most out of your money.
Just give me one of everything. Just give me one of
Alright.
everything, and we'll be done.
Do you still hand him the 100 gold?
Nah.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. One of everything. There's a lot of combinations. Effectively, you can think of this as, what is it, Five Guys? It's like the bake your own burger. It would effectively, there'd be lots of
Pyre
different
is like,
varieties.
damn it, man, I am the son of innovation. Show an ounce of intelligence. Give me a selection.
Just throw a live one at him and he'll roast it as it goes by.
Like there's
Like-
a little bit of flame around his cheeks. So he's like trying to hold it in.
Now, be patient. I'm sure these people
Don't worry, they'll got asbestos chairs. Or were
They
you
deal with
talking about
pressure.
other cheeks?
Facial cheeks. Thank you.
The gnome says they deal with a lot of strange requests from time to time, but don't worry. And she states about 20 different chickens, 20 different ways to prepare chickens, and it tells them to just whip all those up. I suppose these should be sufficiently different for you.
He nods. You think they'd be able to come up with it themselves if they can cook it? Never mind.
But yeah, you have this gigantic stack of chickens. She's just ordered a small barrel of drumsticks, basically.
It's like a cup for Pyre.
Yeah, it
all
is.
right, so Pyre sits and expects the food to be served.
Like, do you eat in the public area with all the other people, or do you try to find a place secluded?
Oh, public. I want to be sane.
Okay. Yeah, you do see some people. Some people do like wave to you as like, whoa. It's a voice similar to Cass. It's a voice similar to Cass. Whoa there, big guy. You gonna eat all that? Damn. I thought I had a big appetite. And are you carrying the chicken, or is she carrying the chicken?
Oh, she has the chicken head. Oh, you mean the stuff we just bought?
Yeah.
I'm sitting at a table and I am doing my best to persuade the people who cooked it to bring it to me.
Okay. Some food courts do function that way, so yeah, this food court, I wasn't sure which one. Okay, so
It's
this
an
is...
expectation, it's not a request.
Yeah. But, okay. Do you want it to be that type of food court? But because there's a lot of food courts where you order, you sit down at a table, and then they bring the food to you. Do you want it to be that one?
We
or do you
went
want
to
it be
this
the
food
inverse?
court, DM. Pyre has no idea what the actual food court is. He just has expectations.
Well,
The world does not bend to Pyre.
which one do you think would be funnier? Or more amusing?
I think it'd be hilarious if the cook came out with it. Or if Pyre had to pay people to go get his own food.
Okay. I mean, like, you order, you expect this to be something like a restaurant where they bring the food to you. Like, you hear, sir, your food's ready. Sir.
He'll, like, raise a hand, point at him, and then point at his table and, like, remain sitting.
Like, there's a lot of noise around you. You can see his mouth moves, you don't hear anything. And he gets one of his little assistants nearby. It's like, he shakes him, hands the bag to him, and he's like, and he gives the hand gesture, and the guy just gives like a salute, like, yes sir. And he hastily brings like a bag of your 20 whole chickens over
Just in
to
a bag. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
a gigantic bag. It's probably like a garbage bag because these things are big. Like a
burlap sack.
yeah. But
All right.
he plumps it down on the table. Here's your order, sir. Now please enjoy. And he walks off.
One more thing. What's your name?
Oh, Gregory.
How much did you make today, Gregory, for your work?
Oh, well, I'm just paid an hourly wage. I just get, let's see, if today goes well just like usual, maybe about 100 gold pieces today.
Huh. Funny. I'll reach down and toss him that bag I was going to give his boss. I'll say, that's your tip. Don't share it with anyone else.
Oh, thank you, mister. That's so generous of you. Now, please.
It's not generous. You're just the only idiot who knows not to question orders. You did exactly as told, exactly what I wanted. You even stopped. You've earned it. Compensating proficiency, not giving charity.
Thank you, mister. I'll be sure to do a good job next time, too. He gives you a little salute, and he walks back. He hastily puts the bag into his backpack, I suppose. Whatever his holding bag would be.
What in the world is this race?
The guy seems to be a gnome.
God damn it.
Kill him. Kill him.
I'll look at her and I'll like smile like it's just like the biggest joke. Bon appetit. And I'll try to eat as much of that chicken as I can. I sample it, I savor it, I go through it, and when I'm done, I'll just leave the leftovers on the table and let the riffraff clean it for me. When I say clean, I mean the scavengers. Good Lord knows to leave food at the table for his servants.
Alright. They have all sorts of exotic flavors here, a lot of which you likely would not have tasted over there in Zakir. All sorts of tastes like sweet and sour, spicy, etc. Let's see.
He'll have a discussion with her about what gods she thinks would represent what flavor of chicken seasoning.
She does state that, well, if we're
So
small
it's the
talk, she
supreme
just...
god, the golden chicken.
Yeah, Supreme God would be the golden chicken. There is an actual, like, a golden sauce on one of the chickens that probably does represent Grandel. And she does state, well, knowing what they put in the golden sauce, it probably would represent Grandel, the god of all things. And it's not too difficult to place a location on each of the different sauces. All of them come from plants that come from different places across the continent. And she does give you, like, a bunch of lore, essentially, on the various fruits and various things that came into the sauces, like the ambrosia
Pyre
from
does-
Acheron, stuff like that.
Pyre definitely does his own share of counterpoints. The historical differences, well, actually, it may have been grown there currently, but beforehand it was imported from such and such. Blah, blah, blah. Pyre probably gets corrected more times than he's right, but he does try to
Yes.
have an intellectual conversation with,
Yep.
with the female gnome.
When you go up to bite one of the chickens, she does say, "Yeah, tell me, have you ever had any hair grow on you before? Because you might be in for a little bit of a surprise if after eating that particular sauce."
He'll pause and look at her. I am a reptile.
That still doesn't prevent you from getting hair growth from brass roots.
But the body's not capable of... Oh.
That's why the plant is capable of giving you hair.
Why did you warn me?
Well, first off, oh wait, have you mentioned at all that Zygon's coming to town to either Runescar or her?
Oh no.
Not at all. Okay.
Nope, no reason to.
Well, I mean, you do have a reason to tell about it to Runescar, because Runescar has told you that if they basically meet, there's a good chance Zygon will try to kill him. So he probably would deserve a good forewarning in advance.
How long has it been since Zygon said he'd be here?
You've definitely had, over a day.
Okay.
Over a day with some spaces in between.
So I'll gently lower the hair-inducing chicken. If that's the case, I suppose I could do you and Runescar a favor. Rumor, but I think it's fair enough. You both have history with my father.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
So it would stand to reason that coming from you would be better than from me. I have reason to believe that in the next few days my father will pay Veer a visit, personally.
Oh. He intends to grace all of the small insects in the foolish god of fate's lands? I didn't realize that we've deigned to gain his notice. Unless he's heard about other people's presence here.
His intention is not my domain. But I think that information itself is worth not having hair in unexpected places.
As amusing as it would have been, it likely would have had a bit of a hindrance to the big projects we're going to have. You do need to create at least the start of your magnum opus before the Tournament of Steel. And hair is, an unexpected endemic, an unexpected disease would definitely be a bit of a hindrance.
You seem to hold yours. Give it care, keep it clean. What's it like having hair?
What's it like having hair? Oh, having long hair can be quite a hassle. Needing to care for it, brush it, all the time. There are days where I do wish I didn't have so much hair, but hey, it's not the worst thing
Why
in the
not
world.
just burn it off? Chop it, cut it. Doesn't have to look good if you're wearing a hat like that. Keep it from getting in the way when you do things.
I have certainly thought about that, but oddly enough, there are some merits to actually having hair. But we'll leave that experimental discussion for much, much later.
It's probably going to be like socks. Social constructs.
No, you'd be surprised at all the weird things you could do with hair.
Alright, DM, someone's getting a hairy chicken leg. Pyre makes more awkward small talk.
Okay.
And it's like he's trying to avoid stepping on her in the conversation.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to actually speak to her, so he simply speaks at her.
Okay.
He tries, though. He does try.
She does steer the conversation down to what... Basically, she asks you, so, So what are you planning for your magnum opus? It would be best to make preparations.
Embarrassingly, almost exactly what you did, to a lesser degree. And that bothers me.
Well, if it makes you feel any worse, I have created a whole bunch of things, including weapons, mundane items, and all sorts of armors, and steel was discovered by a female priestess of Earth, so you're not going to be escaping the influence of women if that makes you feel any worse.
I fully recognize that I was born from one. Wouldn't be here without that.
But she does say, as an armorer, it's only natural that your biggest magnum opus would be related to your actual armor. Many artificers work on their armor and design it however they please. You can think of it as a slab of molten metal that's waiting to be molded. Just because you're working on a magic piece of armor does not mean it needs to function the same way my armor functions.
Yes, but the fact that it was so close to what you have actually done is the embarrassing part. Not that you've done it, but that it's a repeated idea. If I was thinking of it and you have already done it, then other people have already done it as well. It's not innovation, it's just repetition. You may have done it better, but according to Zygon, you are at the apex. Closer you get to perfection, further you are from it. So in that regard, I agree with you on some points. I am not focused on weaponsmith, nor on automations, chemicals, wands. Those things are not what I am. I am about the support, the foundation, the structure. That is my goal. And I am not an engineer, but it's hard to put into words so simply. Today I had a little bit of an epiphany. Maybe it's something worth chasing down. Someone had a defective magic item on that floor, on the field where we're chasing the chicken. Beautiful gloves, guides arrows like butter, pulls light into a shaft, but they didn't put the proper precautions to stabilize the enchantment, and I was able to find an error and make the whole thing temporarily destabilize. All the precision suddenly became too precise. Couldn't do anything. I want to focus on structure. I want to have my hands. I already am standing on my father's legs, so the last thing I can do is have my own hands do my own work. I want a pair of gauntlets. I want to embrace my father's nature of fire, innovation, and I want to, rather than focus on flowing, I want to focus on doing one thing right. It's impressive, your adaptability, but that's not who I am. I don't flow like a reed in the wind. I stand against it. And to reach that goal, I am going to work on understanding the formation of magical items with those gauntlets. I am going to find ways to break them apart, repurpose them, and adjust them to my will. Now, not everything's going to be easy as it was in that field. I understand that. That was a lucky break, a stroke of fate almost. Maybe Sir Kava had some play in that. Maybe he didn't. Doesn't matter. I'm the one who saw it. I'm the one who made the choice. And if I take that and go further with it, I think there's an idea there that few people have had the intelligence, the energy, or the daring to investigate.
And she kind of covers her mouth a little bit, and she's thinking over something. And you can easily actually, how socially? You're not actually that
No,
socially skilled.
no, I'm not.
So,
I'm horribly socially skilled. I got huge penalties, DM.
So you notice her just kind of looking off to the side, and she goes, "So, breaking down magical items and manipulating them. Would this be a bad time to, and she snaps her fingers. You can see that blob just kind of erupt out of her clothing. She reaches into it, pulls out a big hammer. It's got the mark of Arcus on it. Would this be a bad time to mention that all of that lines up precisely in Arcus's domain?
There's no surprise on why it does not. I think you can figure out my goals from that. But I am well aware of my father and his missing brother. Fallen might be a better word.
Missing partner. They're not brothers. Zygon does have a twin sister, and that's Polaris, the goddess of ice. But Arcus and Zygon... Oh, wait, they are brothers. They're all siblings. Never mind.
I wasn't
I'm stupid.
aware
I'm
that
so
you were
stupid.
informed about the family nature of gods, little gnome.
I
Nor
mean,
that you be
it's
so
actually
bold
very...
to correct the son of a god.
She does state, well, I mean, it is very common knowledge when you learn about all the gods that Zygon and Polaris are twins.
Common knowledge is uncommon.
But yes,
Regardless, yes, it is exactly in his domain, and that is who I wish to be someday. Will I make it? Probably not. But, yes, that is my goal, and the beginning basic structures are there. Yes, I could probably take the hammer and do the thing I want to do. That's not my goal. I need to start from the basics, understand the foundations, because if I do not have those down perfectly, nothing else I do will matter. It will all crumble no matter how high I build.
well, I wasn't expecting to just hand you the hammer. I was intending to at least give you the baseline into the theories of Arcus.
You would help me with this.
Well, I've helped you with all manner of things. You've definitely given me a giant bundle of questions. And call it as thanks for giving me this. And she reaches into her pocket to pull something out, and there's nothing there. She goes into her pockets, empty, turns them out, and goes, "Where'd it go?" She snaps her fingers, the blob comes out, she starts looking for something in the blob. And then you notice that her pocket is now turned back in, and it has something in it now.
Welcome to Veer.
Welcome to Sir Kava. He actually did steal that chicken head when he spoke with the Secret.
Oh, I very much remember that. I didn't expect him to return it, though. So, yeah, Pyre sees that, and he's like, welcome to Veer. Now, I am not good with understanding people, nor having conversations. So I will be blunt and to the point, and I will not consider your feelings in this regard. What do you actually think about my father? Not about his politics, not about his actions, but what are your personal feelings, your selfish desires? What is Zygon to you?
Zygon is a culmination of all of his actions and everything he's done. Zygon, well, arrogant, selfish, brilliant in a sense, though horribly sexist and blinded by his
You
own
missed the
ego.
question. This isn't about who he is. This isn't how he affects the world. This is about you, your personal relationship, your stake. Everyone is greedy at heart. They all have a reason, admit it or not. What is your reason to be tied to Zygon? Opposing is still being tied to someone. You know his name, and he is a thorn in your side. Or yours and his, however you see it. Why? Why do you carry that?
Okay, so why does she care about... So, out of character, just so I understand. So you're asking, why does she care about Zygon at all? So
Yeah,
what's her
pretty
connection
much.
at all? Okay.
Yes, her
Make a persuasion
personal
roll at disadvantage.
connection. Oh, this is going to be great. Got those draconic eyes, third eyelids closing and shutting. That is a 16.
Well, it was at disadvantage, so we're taking the 10.
Oh, math, you got me, DM.
Okay. What is Zygon to her? I suppose you could say Zygon is a source of suffering. And that's all I'm going to say on the topic.
It's more than I had. You might want to check that pocket again.
Huh? Why? And she pulls out the golden rooster head. But I just checked. Anyway, I will thank you for giving me this valuable research specimen.
I think it proves one thing, and while I may be in a time crunch, you are in more so of one. Let's work on that head before it disappears again. And that's the date.
Okay.
That's the date, Sora.
All right. So you two are going to be experimenting with the rooster head, right?
Yep.
That's what you want.
I'm letting her lead the research. I'm watching how she does it. I'm watching how she takes
Okay.
leadership, directions, those sort of things.
Okay. Let's see. Since she was watching, she definitely would have noticed the Mark of Grandel along with all the other god marks. So with the head...
This is more about her technique rather than her god marks.
Technique rather than the chicken rooster's god marks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, she's
So-
doing the theoretical stuff with the chicken head. I lend her my knowledge, my expertise, that stuff. But for me, what I'm getting out of it is how she leads a group of her and me underneath her, how she treats me as an apprentice, how she utilizes my skills when she applies them, when she does it herself. I'm learning from her how to lead.
Learn from her how to lead. Okay. Okay. Even though you are technically a part of the experiment as well, she does take the opportunity to basically just go through a whole bunch of information, especially about Arcus. She does offhandedly mention, since you are intending to make gauntlets related to the domain of Arcus, she does try to give you the basic fundamentals. Since the whole world was shaped by Arcus, Arcus knows exactly how to manipulate things. Not only magical things, but also non-magical things as well in the physical world. With a single swing of his hammer, he's able to improve people's accuracy, improve their minds, improve their resistances to magic, improve their damage, improve their armor, or improve their natural defenses, etc. But on top of that, it is more difficult, but Arcus has also been able to manipulate spells as they're flying as well. But she does give you a general overview on Arcus's domain, of the manipulation of all things physical and all things magical as well as the creation of things on the spot, including she goes back to the square where Runescar's carriage is, and she pulls out the hammer and she strikes the ground the same way Runescar did, and the forge begins lifting out of the ground, encompassing you. And she says that this is also part of Arcus' skill as well, not only creating structures, but also structures or defenses, but also creating constructs, golems, life, as well as many other things.
You're using the word create when before you use the word shape. What's the difference between the two?
I suppose it depends on how you look at mana. Mana, if you're taking the simple non-physical mana in the air, you can create something physical, or you can produce something physical. With this forge, it's definitely possible to pull mana out of the air and make something new, or use it to improve something. Similar to how you could reinforce something by using more steel to reinforce a weapon or an armor and such. So we are, in a sense, we are building something new out of something that does exist, and something that intangible.
So instead of creation, it would be more accurate to say he shapes, or his power shapes, versus his power converts something into something else. Changes mana that's untangible into mana that is tangible, or changes one form of mana into a different. Not perfectly, not like arcane, but rather the structurally.
In a sense, yes. Though life or animation is also another tricky thing. In that sense, it doesn't use souls typically to create animated objects. In that case,
who made souls?
The mortal souls were created by Solemn, the god of souls and the god of magic, now part of the demonic pantheon. Godly souls come from Grandel and Viridia, basically the two primordial gods who are the origin of everything in this world.
If souls are a form of mana or energy, why is it that Arkoth has little to no domain over them? I understand necromancy would simply be not his practice, but to, say, turn a soul of a tree into the soul of a bush, or to turn the soul of a dwarf into that of, say, a golem.
Okay. Repeat the question one more time. So you're asking why doesn't Arcus do that, or are you asking why doesn't Zygarde?
He's asking why doesn't Arcus's power do that? It's not so much a question about whether he can or can't do it, it's rather a question of what is the difference in mana? If objects are made of mana and souls are made of mana, and Arcus can change things, why are souls generally beyond his domain?
Souls, from what I've heard RuneScar describe souls are kind of like filters. They filter mana so that it's useful. Mana in its normal form is, well, unusable to the normal world. It passes by us without interacting with much, or rather, it's dispersed in the atmosphere. Oh, wait. Hold on.
So souls are not mana, in which case, what are they? Because everything else is mana. You said it's like a filter. I understand the effect, but a filter is made out of something.
Yes, if you really wanted to boil it down, souls could definitely, like, everything in the world is mana. Even the physical world and the non-physical world. So if you wanted to boil it down, it's very likely that Solemn probably did shape mana to mimic godly souls.
So it's just
saying we can make philosopher stones?
So it's a difference between a tailor and a blacksmith making a shirt. The blacksmith makes chain, the tailor makes cloth and wool, spins it, but they are essentially two different crafts doing the same thing.
Indeed. I suppose you could say that the god of magic can manipulate more intangible things and more astral things, while Arcus is more in charge of the physical.
Was Arcus alive before Zygon made the world?
Arcus was... As much as Zygon wants to take credit for creating the world, Arcus also had a heavy hand in creating the physical world as we know it. All of the gods that are part of the Pantheon and were part of the Pantheon had a hand in creating both the world and both mortals in their own ways.
Seems like the elephant. Everyone sees a different part. But your part is still interesting from the part I already knew about. Alright, let's solve this rooster head.
Okay. How to teach Pyre. Teaching Pyre leadership.
He doesn't have to pick up on it in one day.
Yeah, so essentially, without condescending to you, she does try to give you very, very clear instructions. Very clear instructions on what to do. If it seems like you might be struggling and you might be a little bit too prideful to mention it, she does gently try to nudge you in the right direction.
He actually doesn't mind. He's already established their relationship. He doesn't have a power struggle with her.
Okay.
She's probably bracing for it, but no, he's there to learn, and if he has to swallow his pride, so be it.
Okay. You do surprise her multiple times with your lack of knowledge of some things other people would consider basic knowledge of the Pantheon. But
yes, you could almost say it was burned into his memory.
Yes. Like, you know so much about Zygon, but you know so little about literally every other god. Which can probably cause her a headache whenever she's talking about Grandel's power over all things. Which includes all the things you're not knowledgeable of.
He does ask her why she keeps using their names.
She does state, well, it's a very common thing for most people in this world to use all of them by names. Part of it's because of me as a DM, just to repeat it, but also in character, she states it's more unusual not to use their names, to be honest. There's so many gods that they want to get... There are so many gods that have overlapping domains that it's more efficient to name them directly. For example, the goddess of strength can also be Geneth, or it could be Matilda. Same thing with Rukari.
So the fact my father listens when I say his name is not normal.
Many gods will listen to their names when they're said. Vaguely, they can identify, from what I've heard from Runescar, they can likely understand if the person saying the name is a higher being of some sort, a demigod. But
that makes sense. Priority.
But the common rabble are likely white noise in the back of their heads.
And what do you consider yourself to be?
What do I consider myself to be? A thorn in Zygon's side.
Yet you're teaching his son.
Well...
Now, given I've been mostly discarded at this point, but...
I'm just gonna finish my sentence. She was gonna say, well, you're not completely beyond hope.
Nor is he. Nor are you. Everyone has things to learn, even gods. Not much is proven.
Indeed, I've heard some of the clerics in the Church of Serkava state that once in a while they get to meet Serkava himself. They like repeating that Serkava says that all the humanity are a reflection of all the gods, both the good and the bad. So that's why we're all flawed, and that's why none of the gods are perfect.
And the clerics get their pockets lined with coin. I don't trust them. No, the truth of the matter... Have you tried saying it from his perspective? Being that old, the start of everything, the beginning, creating, and then having it fall apart, and then working to make it better, and then realizing that your direct intervention isn't always the correct thing to do. The thought terrifies me. I don't understand him, and I grew up with him, along him, under him.
I mean, from what I've seen from the other gods, they tend to have a very, very long-term vision. At least that's what it seems like in Rivenera and Zaramont from the two emperors.
No matter how much you love them, a house cat will always be a house cat, and a gnome will always be a gnome. You can treat it as an equal, but the difference in life simply means you have a different perspective.
I suppose, ideally, though there are some things that even gods will never grow out of.
Yeah, of course. If you put a line on a piece of paper, your eyes drawn to it, even if it's a dot. Creation is in itself defined as limitation.
So, line is limitation.
Jorah, we're going to go in circles philosophically. I'm getting a little worried about the other players.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Yeah, I'm
Might
like
have to think about
Confucius.
Philosophical speak. Alright.
All these deep ass fucking questions and statements, like goddamn.
I got a quotient of profusion.
I hope you're ready to learn, Izzy. You're about to see culture and philosophy and all sorts of stuff. These wars are going to be fought over ideals, morals, and all sorts of stuff. And they're probably going to fly over your head.
A lot of horrible things have been done in the name of gods. Ugh.
Yep, and I basically just mentioned that these gods have a long-term vision, so they probably are fighting over ideals or fighting over bigger ideas rather than short-term goals like money.
And as the conversations continue to get deeper, I will pour myself at least one more shot of tequila.
I'm not drunk enough to understand this.
And frankly, it's not horribly important, but it's still just out of character. I was hoping to give a little bit of insight of why gods do the things they do. Not the
dude,
truth.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I fucking love it, and I'm just in here like, wow, a lot to think about.
You know, if you wear your socks inside out, the universe wears your socks, except for you.
I prefer to have my socks off so I can breathe.
Yeah, sometimes you need to give the universe a middle finger. Alright. But yes, yes, I may have sat in a room thinking far too long about the morals of all these gods and what they're after. But it is nice to delve into some of that. Okay. But yeah, you do. I'm not sure if Pyre will be able to emulate the patience, but she does show a lot of patience and a lot of consideration for Pyre and how he's learning. Even though
he
you
has
did come
focus,
to blows.
not
Yeah.
patience. So in
Yep.
certain areas he exceeds, and in other areas, yeah, he does snap. But he also knows how to be humble. Grew up underneath Zygon. You don't grow up prideful underneath Zygon. You put everyone else underneath you, but you don't put yourself over Zygon. It's a
Yeah.
fatal mistake. The dog biting the master's hand, that's a great way to have your head smashed in.
Okay. Are there any important other points you want to get out of your interaction with the female gnome?
Nothing pressing. She's just going to be female gnome the entire time. We'll be at the very end. No! Female gnome! He like dives off a cliff to save her.
I mean,
I
if the
mean,
party
like, no
speaks
cap,
with
that's
her,
how
she's...
I have her on my list, like on my notes, female gnome, because I don't think I remember the name.
No one's asked her name yet. If the party asked her, she's probably going to give you a nickname.
It's just like, okay,
Alright.
you have to name one person's name. She's a female gnome. No!
I just didn't want to feel like an asshole, like, damn it, did I miss it somewhere? Female gnome all this time.
I wonder if it's just going to be a running
No.
joke. We just have no idea who she is.
We never ask her name because we don't feel it's important. Just you there.
The best of jokes. Please commit
Yeah.
to it hard, Jorah.
Alright. So that is that, and Secret.
So,
You are now up. So how are you getting yourself ready for your little dinner date with the orc?
by going,
Okay.
making sure.
By
The outfit
blinding
is-
yourself.
Yes. I mean, he probably took some time before leaving the other restaurant or the other restaurant about Well, no, that was that a restaurant or tavern? I can't remember what the last one was.
Yeah, it was a restaurant with Cass and Lucille.
Yeah, so probably took some time to like make sure his fur looked good and groomed and that there was no stains on the
Okay.
outfit, things like that. Not like overly so, but a little bit.
Alright. Making yourself look good and prepared. You'll have to tell me out of character. Are you actually looking to romance, or is this more like a one-night thing?
He is not sure yet.
Not sure yet.
He
Okay.
definitely has his sights on her, but it depends on how she talks at dinner, if this is just an interest in a one-night thing or a longer-term thing.
Okay.
But he is also going to mix business with it too, which should help to have a normal-ass conversation.
Okay.
And not just, hey, nice drums, want to bang? Like,
Yep. Yeah. All right. So you were the one that booked the place, right?
yes, but I think this one was a tavern, right? Like a nice upscale tavern?
It
I
can be.
think.
I don't remember.
Okay. I don't either. Let's say she's an orc. Let's say it's a nice upscale tavern. Something that wouldn't be insulting, but also she's from Waganchi. She probably doesn't care about caviar and
Yeah. Yeah.
like steak tartare, So,
Yep.
and to be fair, he only cares about it because he's learned to taste it after coming here. So,
Beer does that to you.
it sure does. Look at Jack.
All right. So you go into the tavern. Do you have like a place reserved just for the two of you, like in the back?
Does
or
he
in-
arrive first, from what he can tell?
We'll say that you do arrive a little bit early.
Okay, then yeah, he'll see if he can snag a like more private area. It doesn't have to be like a VIP room or anything like that, but like maybe more quiet of a corner, somewhere with a table, because this is actually dinner and drinks. So, and he's not sure how big his tab is gonna be.
Okay, corner.
He
table.
suspects it could be a healthy tab.
All right. I mean, you are the son of Sir Kava, so some of that luck does go your way. You do find it was a corner table, you said, right?
Yeah,
Or,
like a corner quiet table. Like I said, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So it's a corner table. It does have like just some small dividers so that you can't see the people on the other side of the little divider. It's placed in a spot where if she were to walk in, you could just quickly just wave her over.
Perfect.
All right. Shortly afterwards, you do see the familiar orc woman enter through the door. She does seem to scan the place to try to find you.
Stand up and wave, or I'll wave for Al. When
Yep.
if she comes over, when he gets closer, then he'll stand up, to greet her.
Yep. She quickly rushes over to the table.
She have her
And-
drum?
Yeah, she should. She basically is carrying that thing around her all the time. It's probably on her back.
I know your kink.
Hey, listen, man. Women of War, that's probably his thing, right? I mean, the Man of War he liked the Minotaur. I mean, listen, man.
Does he?
The man knows what he likes, all right? He's from the area.
Wants to be spanked. Does she have the drum? If not,
Of
just use
course.
me as bongos.
You caught him. He definitely wants to be spanked so hard he flies across the room. You caught him. That's a hell of an image that I can't get out of my head now. Thanks for that.
As a guy who does not get any, this will all fly over my head at points.
Oh, I can't wait till we see Pyres and get to ask him if he got a little.
Yeah, well, we already know what Pyre's kink is. It's gnomes.
He likes to get a little.
Yeah, just a
a little.
little.
Just the idea of turning over and just killing someone next to you.
Pyre's two fetishes:
as a
gnomes
fidget
and
spinner.
chicken.
Stupid chicken.
Likes his chickens alive, so he killed them.
Oh God. But yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll speak to her in Orcish when she arrives, and he'll say, "Welcome. This is a nice spot. You'll like it." As promised, it's my tab tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for your generosity.
Don't thank me yet. We're gonna be doing some talking. There is some business for fun here, if you don't mind.
Ah, yes. I do want to know more about the Church of Sir Kava and Veer and Keist and all that in Sir Kava's domain. But yes, I'd imagine that you're looking forward to learning more about how Wikanchi has changed.
I am, and I'm interested in learning more about this sound magic.
All right.
And after that, he'll kind of motion for her. He's not so stupid as to assume she needs a chair pulled out from her. I feel like in Orcish tradition that would probably be offensive more than anything. I feel like he probably knows that pretty damn well, given where he grew up.
Yeah, I mean, you can already tell she basically doesn't have learned table manners.
Hey man, listen, he had to learn it himself after leaving the tribe, so
Yeah.
what's he gonna do? Judge literally the same person like up until 4 years ago.
So she's talking with you when she's got her mouth full of food. At times you do need her to repeat herself as the muffled words don't come through well.
That ain't unusual. He probably lets his guard down a little bit around her too. Probably is not afraid like of the finger foods that probably usually aren't finger foods and things like that. And what are they going to do? Judge him? He's the son of Surkava. He doesn't care.
Yep.
They can judge him all he wants. He's going to be doing their sermons later.
I do have to ask. On the big Waganchi sheet, I neglected to put down the ruling patriarch's name. Did I ever mention his name? Because I'm pretty sure I did.
No, you didn't.
You
get to make it up right now.
All right.
John Wild.
You did not. It's
Okay.
Oh wait, somebody in this room is named John. I forgot.
Jack.
Jack, real name Valag.
Yeah. You need to know how to spell that?
V-A-L-O-G, clearly.
V-A-L-A-A-G.
Yeah, see, I knew what's up. I was completely wrong, but I know what's up. Bum, 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 bum.
Okay. In that case, if I never mentioned his name, I was thinking I forgot. I wrote it down somewhere else and forgot. I'm probably going to look over all the handouts again and find it somewhere in one obscure place. But for right now, we're just going to say that his name is Primal Roar.
Okay. Primal Roar. That sounds actually a little familiar-ish, so...
I love it.
Okay, so, but yeah, while he's eating and probably they're ordering drinks, he doesn't change up the fact that he still orders drinks that are usually more sweet rather than strong, but, he'll kind of just say, so, you've talked about this patriarch, talked him up quite a bit. Tell me, is Primal Roar someone you know personally? You had to learn that magic somehow. Still an orcish, obviously, so they're not just overheard and things like that by the common folk.
Primal Roar does not teach to people individually. He does teach to giant groups of people who are interested in the aspects of war and the aspects of thunder magic. I wouldn't say that I know him terribly well. Again,
but you've been in his classes.
Yes, I have been to his classes, and I am daughter of one of the major clans.
Clearhearts. Yes.
Yes, the Heart Clan. Clearheart is my name specifically.
Well, then I would argue, even if it was a large class, technically you've been taught by him personally. It was his class.
In a sense, yes, though he doesn't get too personal in his lessons. At least in the class setting, it's mostly business to him.
But you've never met him outside of that.
I have met him once or twice, but was just small encounters, nothing major.
Oh, what do you know about him personally?
Primal Roar comes from the Brave Clan. The Brave Clan, who primarily worship Geneth, the goddess of nature and beasts, and the goddess of strength. He was originally a minor member from that clan. One day he had received a vision from a god, climbed a nearby mountain and found a crystal, found some stone, which bestowed upon him godlike power. At least the the power to manipulate. Yeah, the power to manipulate sound.
And I'm going to assume, by the way you just worded that, he did not credit Jeneth for that vision.
He states that it was given to him by God, but he admits that he doesn't know which God sent it to him.
Maybe it was my father. He just chuckles. All right.
It could be.
Tit for tat. I'm a fair man. I asked you a question. You said you had questions. Go ahead and ask one.
Okay. The thing is, I'm thinking that we could probably gloss over most of her questions. So we'll just
Probably,
say...
unless she asks any particularly interesting ones. Like, I'm curious about her question because she mentioned Keist, and I'm curious what she would want to know about Keist specifically. That seems a little out of place, but maybe not.
She states, the culture around here does seem quite unusual. Definitely similar to Aganshi, but not too unfamiliar. Giant ruling families, ruling clans, similar in that respect, though a little bit more disheveled in some places.
They like to keep up appearances around here. Don't take everything you say here literally, or see here literally. Facade is a very big theme of here. Granted, I still like it here. For the few years I've been here, it's fun.
Is Serkava just like Jeneth, being a god who's more hands-off? Because
for the most part,
like it.
For the most part, Father is very hands-off. I've only met him once in my entire life, and that admittedly was recently. Before that, I'd never met him truly. Just maybe sometimes visions that I credit to him, but continue, sorry.
Like, you grab her attention. She says, "Oh, you've actually met with a god directly? That's quite a rare occurrence. Please, do tell."
For my siblings, yes. Not as much as some of the other gods. But he's like most gods. Well, some of them, he changes his form, goes by different names, likes to keep a low profile. That type of thing. He talked to me about our mission and taught me a few extra things. It was a very pleasant conversation.
Ah, I see. Surely he had... So, I understand he likely... Was it just small talk, or...
There's a little bit of business, a little bit of small talk.
Ah.
A little bit of both. I think
job.
he wanted to do more business, but he relented, and I think enjoyed seeing a son of his for once.
You were quite fortunate.
Well, it's my father's domain. He chuckles.
Meeting a god in person. One who personally reveals his own identity. That is truly astounding.
Oh,
Jeneth.
Well, Veer is going to have more of that soon.
Ah, so the god intends to make himself known to multiple people. Interesting.
No, not that. I hear that some of the other gods might be here in disguise. Not that that's any of my business.
Wait.
Probably just enjoying the festivities. They are, even though they're gods, they're still people, in a way. They have emotions. They have thoughts, desires. Even if they act like they're above it. Everybody likes a little fun sometimes. No?
Indeed. Our fair patriarch seems to prioritize his goals over any fun, though. To be honest, I haven't seen him take a break ever since he was elected to be the patriarch. It seems like he's worried about the future.
Worried about the future, Did he say why? Not that he's not right to.
He says, he's just has his instinct. Geneth's instinct is just reacting very strongly within him. He feels like things could go very badly soon for Waganshi, and he wants to make sure that the people are prepared for whatever's coming.
Well, if he is a being who has godlike powers in regards to the domain of sound and thunder, perhaps he should go to some of the nicer gods and offer to parley. Make friends, make alliances. Doesn't hurt to have actual gods on your side, no?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt, but that's the big question. Do you think that the gods would be receptive to that power? Do you think that they'll... Well, she should know about the ascendancy, so she should say, is this power really so great that the gods would really want to defend a not even a city-state?
I think
territory of Waganshi?
I think if a god sees either value in the area or in what could potentially come of it, I think they would. For example, you are a daughter of the Heart tribe. If you could help me, perhaps I could prove a point and meet him myself on Father's behalf. I was planning on going there after I handled business in this town anyways. To go meet him myself anyways. You had me curious about this power.
So does Surkava have intentions of becoming allies with Waganshi?
I think so. I think right now, based on aspects, or circumstance, I think he's curious. But if the man is as not generous, but if he is as good for the country, as you say, and good for the people, and as a good ruler, Father probably would be okay with it. Father's a very hands-off man. He's not out to rule the world. He's not out to say he created it. He's not Zygon. Father's ideas of doing things are seeing how things go. Maybe making some predictions, rubbing it in people's faces when it comes true. That kind of thing. But Father is not necessarily a fighter for dominance. He already has what he has. He just simply lets life go his way. After all, no one is luckier.
I'm not sure if the Great Patriarch has ever thought about reaching out to any of the gods. But I'll try to put the thought into his head, especially if there's a god who's seeking to reach out. Especially
even if
in the
he
future.
is nervous around the gods, one of their sons, one that you have made friends with, fast friends. I will not betray your trust if you're willing to trust in me. Plus, I don't know if I'd want a different guide. You'd be the perfect one. Show me around Waganshi, see what my tribe has missed.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll.
God damn it, you know I'm bad at these. Give me a second, where the fuck did my character sheet go? Why did it close? Oh, joy, there it is. Ha.
It needed
Perception,
a
or
wingman.
persuasion. Well... Can we make it a perception roll instead? Can I just... Oh, never mind. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Oh, you want
I'll
a
shut
perception
my
roll?
mouth.
Okay. Make a perception roll. That's not that's not perception.
I just want to stare at her enough that she relents. That's all.
It worked on Dad. It'll work on these lesser mortals.
Yeah, exactly. The eyes. It's the eyes.
So yeah, you stare at her, give her your best cat eyes.
You can trust me.
She says, Well, I suppose I can get your foot in the door, get you two to meet, and try to at least prepare the patriarch to the idea. But you'll still have to do all the heavy lifting, or your god
I will do
have
so.
to.
I'm not expecting you to do all the work. If you can just get the door open slightly, I will risk my foot getting chopped off, so to speak.
Well, I don't believe you'll have to worry about being wrongfully imprisoned or anything like that. The rules of Waganshi, the Patriarch still largely respects.
Well,
Even outsiders are treated fairly.
I'll pretend to be hurt by that comment of being an outsider. He smiles. And then he holds a hand to his chest like, ah.
And she says, well, I'm not sure if the people of Waganshi would consider the Radiant Claw tribe to still be part of Waganshi after they emigrate.
I don't think the Radiant Claw tribe considers itself part of Waganshi anymore, so... I don't
Yes.
know the full story of why they left. It happened before I was born, mind you. Happened before my mother was even born.
Many people have differing reasons to leave. Not all of them are malicious. Some of them simply want to settle new lands.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful little beach where my tribe is from.
I heard that Kaist started off as a barren desert, but was given life by Serkava. Is that true? Is the history of Kaist truly what I've read in the history books? And that is a yes.
Okay. As far as I'm aware, yes. What every little cleric father learns, one of the few things, or the first thing, is the story of Kaist. Then you learn about other things like the Oracle and and the Crusaders.
Lucia Kaist, the
and Lucia Kaist.
Yep, the third Dragonite, yep.
I met her granddaughter today. Very nice woman.
And like you just told her, you just casually told her, I met a god today. Oh yeah, I also met a granddaughter of a legendary hero.
How does she look? Does she look interested at that?
Like, she's beginning to realize that maybe you're a really, really, really important person. She might not.
Or full of shit.
Yeah, really important person or full of shit. Yeah.
If she gives him that look, he'll lean forward and say, "She's even agreed with me to go to Waganshi."
Is the next thing you're going to tell me that Serkava himself is also going to be going to Waganshi and and all the other gods?
Well, I'm sure Father will eventually go if he, the Primarch, and myself, make friends, so to speak. Because eventually I can only speak for him so much before he has to speak for himself. I'm not a simple megaphone. I am a person. Some people tend to forget that. Would he even know what a megaphone is?
There's probably something equivalent to a megaphone in this world that amplifies sound.
I'll go with it. Father is a little bit different with his children than, say, Zygon. He doesn't hover. He does the opposite. Father, one of the core tenets about his religion isn't just about the threads of fate and luck and things. It's also about the freedom. As my teacher once told me, if a man or woman can't make the wrong choice, are they truly free?
I see. The tenets of Surkava truly are fascinating. Let's see. I'm trying to think of Jenneth. Her trying to equate this to Jenneth.
Jenneth beats the shit out of you until you relent, and that's how you follow the religion.
It is... in a
Leave
sense...
Christianity out of this.
Damn, dude. Damn.
The first thing that came to my head when you said that was just the flagellants from Warhammer Fantasy. Okay, she says, all the gods truly are fascinating. Jenneth herself, she likes to size people up, even the people of Waganshi. Giant monsters who approach up to the town or approach hunting squads, in a threatening manner, as if they're about to be slaughtered in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Just to test their courage and their resolve. After all, Jenneth values strength above all else, and the bravery to face your death head on.
Well, I have a question. Does Primal, does he claim to still worship Jenneth? Now that he has his own powers from that stone.
I mean, through his actions, it seems that he still holds Jenneth in high regards.
That's good, isn't it?
Indeed. Were you expecting something else? Or were you expecting him the power to go to his head?
With some people, especially from the tribes, I'm sure you know more than a few people back home who would let the power go to their head.
Well, there indeed have been some people, but the Council of Women quickly deposed those people.
I've even met demigods who let just being demigods go to their head. Fact, I think one of them is having a fried chicken dinner date right now as we speak.
Hairy chicken.
You can just declare later that you've saved that hairy chicken to feed to someone else, especially Secret.
I mean, if it gives me, I don't know, Asian dragon whiskers, I'll totally take that. But something tells me this is not going to be the pleasant sort of hair.
I'm gonna warn you, if you do that, the reversal of fortune might just mean you never have good luck ever again.
Well,
and your penis may fall off. Think wisely.
Well, the female gnome likely would have mentioned what Brass Root would have. Oh, if you asked about Brass Root,
she did say the name.
Yep.
She definitely said the name.
But only if you ask for
I'm
more,
out
she'll
of
give you
this
more
guy,
details.
Out of character, different campaign. I have had a extremely close character death. I didn't quite die, but I was on death's door because I drank a potion without identifying it. It was hair
Ooh.
growth. Ever had hair grow inside your throat, suffocating you?
Yeah.
Then pouring acid down it into your lungs, being turned upside down to cough all the junk up, having someone rip the hair out, feed you an actual healing potion, and then trying to recover from that.
Well, I can guarantee you that this is not that sort of hair growth.
Yeah.
Congrats. What would hair growth matter to a tabaxi, Bones? He's already hairy. All over.
It mattered to Pyre. Pyre doesn't have any.
Well, yes, but you were talking about feeding it the secret.
Could look more like his dad.
Sweet-ass
More look.
goatee.
If you ask what brass root how its hair growth specifically works, she would have told you. If not, then it's still a mystery.
We can save it for between.
Okay.
I am considering the cosmetic changes.
God.
Okay.
Didn't know you want a mohawk.
Mohawk,
Does he?
beard, arm hair, ear
Chest
hair.
You gotta go with the chest hair, man. They love fucking
I'm
dude
sorry. A dragonborn with a mohawk, sure. A dragonborn with chest hair is a no-no. That
I mean,
is.
just think about the scales mixing with the hair. Like, it'd be so awkward.
God, no, please, I don't want to. Oh, I'm
It could
What do
talking
you mean
to
I
an
have to
orc.
bathe?
All that hair could come out your nostrils.
God.
Poof! I'm now the hair dragon. I
That's
just breathe
already an
hair at
anime.
people.
In case y'all forgot, that's literally already an anime. Bobo for those of you who remember.
Oh yeah.
What a great masterpiece.
Oh my god, yeah, masterpiece is definitely a word. In the English language, it's definitely hilarious though.
Yes.
Ugh.
Love you.
He'd just kill himself.
There you go.
I don't think his self-image could take that.
And just like that, balance restored.
Oops. That's
Hey,
not
how do you
right.
kill Pyre? Turn him into a human. I'm not special anymore!
Good to
There we
know.
go. All right. Anyway,
So-
shoot, what were you what was the
Talking
specific thing I was
about the power going to people's heads, and he was talking about he's even met demigods that let it go to their heads. That's why he asked.
Yes. Okay. I mean, at least from what I can see, it seems like he still worships Jenneth.
Now then, something tells me if Father shows up, Jenneth might. Wouldn't that be interesting? Maybe he'll get to witness it.
Well, if word spreads around, then perhaps multiple gods will be paying Waganshi a visit.
From what I understand, Waganshi might already have somebody setting its sights on it.
Wait, what? Really?
Yes. I'd like to get there before they do. But I have things to take care of here first.
Do you know
Is the
who?
problem.
Do you know who's got their sights on Waganshi? I might want to inform him in advance if there's going to be threats or dangers.
I don't know about danger, but from what I understand, Zygon might have his eyes specifically on that stone.
The god who burnt down 2 city-states?
The god who is the god of innovation. Remember, gods live a long time. Sometimes they can change. I don't think Waganshi is in danger, per se. But remember, Zygon also, in a way, favors strength. Just strength in a different way. Your Primarch does also sound like he meets, in my opinion, from the little bit you've told me, might meet some of the qualifications to impress Zygon in his own right. You have to be innovative to be able to take that power, not let it go to your head, and start teaching an entire country's worth of people how to start harnessing that themselves without ruining your whole country. The man has clearly thought about these things before coming to you, I assume.
Indeed he has, but do you really think that Zygon would really think that way? How do you know? Well, I suppose time will only tell if he comes in peace or if he comes with war in mind.
I don't think it'll be that fast. I think at the very most, he'll send out feelers. You forget, at the time, Zygon was already in war when those incidents with the city-state happened. Waganshi is not at war with anybody, and Waganshi has not proven to be a threat to Zygon. Not yet. As far as I know, from what you said, your Primarch isn't whipping up the people to war. He's just making things better. Now, that being said, I'm a little biased when I say my father would probably be slightly better for his interests, but that's only because I think father would be more willing to see how he benefits and not interfere as long as it doesn't interfere. Zygon might want to study. Tell you what, I'll ask him myself when I see him.
I suppose that could clearly give you the answer.
The worst that will happen to me is that I will burst into flames and die and reincarnate in 2 years. And probably no longer the son of Surkava, but...
Was that intended to be dark humor or intended to be completely
dark
seriously?
humor. No, dark humor.
She does chuckle when you make the joke.
I do have an advantage with me when I see him. I'll have his son. His son's my friend.
Well, at the very least, you're fortunate to be born at Tabaxi. You likely have more than a few lives to give up.
Ooh. Maybe, but I don't want to give up that many. Then again, they say my color of fur is unlucky. Who knows?
Who knows? Perhaps you're taking the luck from everyone else and giving it to yourself.
No, I think I actually know somebody who already does that. I wish I had that ability. That'd be very useful. I can do other things.
I see. I see. And I'm assuming you'd like to learn a little bit more about this thunder magic, correct?
Maybe. Maybe see how we can tie the threads of fate and luck to sounds. And maybe have a little fun doing so.
Alright, let me just think. She does go over... Hold on, oh wait. That was your move, wasn't it?
It was.
I was busy...
That last part was his move, yes.
Hold on, I was busy thinking over, okay, how much am I going to explain? And a little more, and a little more. Alright, roll seduction.
Seduction
case-
is not a skill, my
In
friend,
this case,
but say perception, say medicine, say insight, say anything that I have a high roll with.
you know what the sexy stat is. And
Yeah,
brother,
I do.
you don't
Would that be
have the
persuasion in this
sexy.
case?
Yeah. Let's
Okay.
go with persuasion. Let's see if
Oh.
let's see if she doesn't catch it just like I did and just
All
go
right,
straight
hold
to
on.
business.
I want to double check. Okay, I have one use of fortunate left, and by God, it is a terrible idea to use it for something like this, but I might if I rolled poorly. The man's on a mission now.
All right.
12. That's half.
That is half.
I'm just gonna let that go because I could roll worse.
Okay. Okay.
Statistically, I probably would, knowing my luck.
Okay. Okay. What did you say when you made your shot?
He said, seeing about how they can tie the threads of fate with sound, and maybe have fun while doing so, or have some fun while doing so.
Have some fun while doing so. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the move part. The rest of it,
Okay.
if she doesn't catch on, he is fully willing to just commit to, no, I didn't say that. Let's actually go fucking experiment. So he has a backup plan.
Okay. And she says, I see. I see. So you wish to use the drum as well. The drum can be a focus for all of the thunderous magics. Not only that, but a variety of other instruments can also resonate with the sound and amplify music. And yeah.
Do I even have to roll to see it just went completely over her head? Okay. I'm not surprised, given where she's from. He probably should have been more blunt, but he at least wanted to try to be suave first.
Yep.
Okay, but he'll continue with that. She's still talking business. He's not going to be like, no,
Yep.
I meant. So he'll kind of switch gears a little bit and say, I will admit I am curious to see what the drum feels like. Would I pick anything up from it? Would it be different? Obviously,
Yeah.
It reacts to you. It is your focus, your implement.
She hands the drum over and says, "Feel free to try for yourself." And she gives you one of the big like drumsticks.
Ooh,
It's kind
yeah,
of like
he'll
a
give it a
gong.
shot.
It's kind of like a gong drumstick in a sense, whatever they're called.
Would he be
Alright.
familiar with what the instrument is? I know it's a drum, right? But like, would he be familiar with like tribal practices with it? Has he seen something similar in his
Yeah.
own tribe?
Your tribe likely would have inherited the drumming culture from Waganji. So yes, it's nothing too unfamiliar to you.
All right, then he'll kind of play around with it, trying to at least sound somewhat rhythmic. He figures the magic probably works better if you actually try to be a decent performer instead of just Joe Schmo bats at a drum until it fucking does something.
Okay. Okay. So you're gonna beat the drum, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like really hard, obviously. I'm not trying to make a scene, but you know.
Yep. So, drums are still pretty loud when you hit them. So you do hit the drum. You do hit the drum decently hard, and you do see some eyes begin peering over the table, and she says, "Just a moment, just a moment," and she puts her hand on a part of the drum and says, "Don't worry, now we won't disturb any of the other people."
Oh, I was just gonna tell them to piss off.
And now, you are hitting the drum. It's a lot more silent. Like, it's still, well, okay. For you, it's still decently loud, but it doesn't seem to be noticeable by the people even in the nearby tables.
What does it feel like when I hit it? Does it feel like a normal drum? Does it feel exaggerated? Do I feel energy coming from it?
You do feel energy coming from it. You do feel like mana begin resonating from the drum every time you hit it.
Fascinating. I can feel it.
It's very similar to how bards can work in their magic through their instruments. Similarly to the air mage that you saw through the tournament.
Is that what you consider yourself? A bard? A warcaster? A war singer? War musician?
I suppose yes, I suppose a war drummer would be close enough. So, yes.
It's fascinating.
Drumming is a very important thing to the orcs of Drenzis. Although many of the people don't wish to learn woodwind instruments or various other instruments, many of the people can get behind drums, and Jeneth even supports it.
I've seen many instruments in my life. The Radiant Claw is comprised of tabaxi, humans, orcs, elves, many kinds of people. We're not that big, but we're a very eclectic bunch. I had to learn how to speak Elvish, too. For example.
Sorry, he just admitted to his tribe stealing children. Just keep going.
What? What? No!
What?
Eclectic.
What?
I've got the baby!
That's not how eclectic works! Boo this man. Boo. I've never banged a drum before and felt my very mana resonate. I'm not sure if it's mine or the drums or both.
In a sense, it's both. The drum acts as a very strong focus, and it reacts to your own personal magic energy. It can disperse it through the air, similar to wind magic. Only in this case, it's a lot less targeted, you could say.
If I tried something, would you be upset? With this drum, I mean.
It depends on what you try.
I'll try not to break it.
If you're intending to use any sort of magic or disassemble the drum in any way, I would appreciate knowing what it is you're
I wouldn't
about to
disassemble the drum. I wouldn't disassemble it. Because I wouldn't know how to put it back together.
You can see her start slowly bringing the drum back to her.
I want to see how the threads of fate would interact. I wasn't kidding about that.
I see.
I want to see how the threads of fate travel along the sound, and vice versa.
I see. So using your god mark. I see. You can certainly try it.
Okay. Alright, GM, I'm going to try focusing some energy into this drum of my own personal energy and not just what the drum produces itself. Kind of focusing on the idea of, say, mixing this obviously, like thunder magic isn't new, right? Because there's already been D&D spells for it at this point. But
Yep.
I imagine the type of mana he's feeling probably feels different than just normal magic, right? Given the source of this being kind of a new thing. So
It does feel a little different, yes.
So what happens when he does say put some of that divine energy in fate and luck and starts playing around with it? Does it change the feel?
Okay, are you actually using a reversal of fortune charge, if you have any left? Or using
I don't have any
Fortunate or
reversal of
something?
fortune charges. I do have fortunate, but I'm wondering if, since that's such a really powerful ability, that I don't want to overload and break her drum.
Okay. I'd probably say any of your, like a bless would probably also be fine if you wanted to
I do
use
have
it.
spell slots.
So yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with using bless. In fact, let me double check. I believe I'm checking to see. I do actually have a use of emboldening piece left. If you'd want me to use like a core feature.
It's up to you if you want to use a spell slot or if you want to channel divinity. Up to you.
Well, it wouldn't be channel divinity. That's a different thing. The channel divinity is the one where I run around healing people. But
Yeah,
this is the one where I can buff it. It's basically the reason because you said bless, and this is basically just bless as a class feature. Yeah, I'll use the class feature to do it. It feels more personal than just a spell slot.
Okay. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, and could you print out emboldening piece into chat for me, please?
Sure. If you want me to actually use targets, I can target herself and myself.
Ability checks. Okay. How does this feel? When someone's under the influence of emboldening piece, how does it feel?
Well, mechanically, since he's not technically a peace cleric, he's a fate cleric. I imagine you've probably, with the flavor of this, I feel like it probably feels like, maybe you have an inkling of the future, like maybe just a millisecond. Like a reason that you would have that buff that it gives you is because you kind of have a more accurate idea. Maybe the way you feel is in tune. I think, ironically, music reference, but I feel like that would be the way I would describe it, is you feel more in tune with your surroundings and the immediate future, like very immediate future.
Okay. Alright. You see, so you channel it, you channel emboldening piece into the drum, and she also, like, she also motions for you to hit the drum as well, just in case you forget.
Yeah, he'll do it. I'm sure the beat isn't that lovely, but
yeah, you can definitely feel the power erupting out of the drum, and you definitely see a bunch of people look over in your direction. Whoa, did you feel that? That felt kind of weird, dude. You know, this buff I'd also say would probably also, in addition to making you in tune to your surroundings, it probably would make you a little bit more confident as well.
probably. Also, you get the bonus. Fascinating.
Dude. You feel that? This feels weird. Something tells me I shouldn't finish my drink.
And I can hear this through the silence? Like the silent
She's not silencing, she's actually just dampening the sound that you're making with the drum.
Oh wow, she's really advanced then. Okay. It's not just a zone of silence. That's cool.
Yep.
I'm gonna look up at her and smile and say, fascinating. I wasn't expecting it to radiate around like that. Are you satisfied?
Yep. She's satisfied. What is she supposed to be satisfied about?
I
this
have
was
no
for me
clue.
for
I
you.
was gonna let
That
her
was mainly
decide
for
that.
you.
I would probably guess satisfied in that, like, hey, I didn't break your drum. I
Oh,
proved I
okay.
could be trusted with it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that the drum is still in one piece. So yes, I suppose you could say that I am satisfied.
Well, I think I have learned that there are very interesting things that could happen here. And he'll kind of offer her it back to her along with the drumstick.
Yep. Yep. She pulls the drum back, sets it on the. I'm assuming that this probably has more of like a couch instead of just a simple chair,
Yeah.
like a little stall. And she puts it on the seat right next to her.
Well, I think that's one curiosity I've satisfied. I have others still. I have a question for you. Knowing what I know about orcs in general, like in Raganchi, do they favor boldness and bluntness, or like being coy in terms of just like, I guess, like courting rituals, if that makes sense?
Bold and blunt. The man boldly asks the woman out instead of beating around the bush.
Okay. Which is hard because he's so sarcastic. He'll look at her and say, I have one other curiosity. What are you doing after this?
I'm
You have
likely
some
going
time
to be.
for tonight?
Well, I'm likely going to be attending the big after game party along with the rest of the contestants. And then after that, I might tour the town just a little bit before I go to bed at night.
What if I offered maybe a amendment of plans?
Oh? You have an idea?
Well, I could take you around the town. I'm not so keen on this party. I didn't really do much. Could go around town. I could show you some of the sights you wouldn't see in Waganchi, or Keist for that matter. And then maybe, just maybe, if you don't hate my guts by then, we could have a different kind of fun. Something more primitive.
I see.
I know strength and beauty when I see it.
Well, if you'd like to learn more about Primal Roar, I can certainly teach you some.
What if I want to learn about Clearheart?
That too. Why not both? Learn about the Primal Roars and the Clear Heart.
Then I think it sounds like we have a date after here. And he'll kind of like hold out a hand and say, shall we?
After you. And she reaches out. And
In his head, he's just like, yes. Is there anything interesting to actually show her? Like, is there like a section where like sculptures and like fountains or anything like that wouldn't be?
That wouldn't be Sirkava.
Right. I was gonna say at the very least to actually make good on that part, and it's not just okay. I'm taking you, like, hey, like.
There's
There's
this
definitely...
building. There's that building. There's that
Right.
other
Is
one
there
over
something
there.
more interesting than just random ass buildings to take her around? Like, obviously, I know it's nighttime, so I can't just randomly take her to an art museum, but.
Well, some of these places might be open 24 hours in line with the festivities, just for business's sake. Because these noblemen are more business-oriented. If people are interested, and some of these are night folks like Drow, then they'll probably keep these places open much longer.
If there is a place where I could take her to see something uniquely Veer, like for Veer's culture and
Okay.
whatever, then yes, I would like to take her to see that
All
as a
right.
diversion.
So there is something that's very uniquely Veer. Veer has the largest navy out of any city-state that exists, and it's very. So that means they probably would have like a
Parade?
couples. Well, I guess a lot of things out at sea, including like a couples boat tour,
Like a sunset cruise
essentially.
type thing, or like a
Yep.
night cruise or something. Yeah, okay, that would work.
A night cruise to the harbor, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Maybe you'll see a night dolphin. Ooh.
There's plenty of night fish that there are plenty of night fish that are actually do come out at night as well as bioluminescent night fish as well. So it is very pretty in the Bay of Veer.
Then that's what he'll do, is he'll take her to one of those night cruises to try to kind of show her, like, yeah, you wouldn't get this in Waganchi, you know? They sail so casually around here. It's fascinating.
They also offer you, like, there are multiple ones, and one of the ones you notice also offers a fishing experience as well. She seems very keen on attempting that as well.
If she's keen on it, he'll take her to do it. Just tell me how much I owe for all
Okay.
this.
For all this. Did we already include Cass and Lucille's dinner or not?
You did make me pay for Cass and Lucille's dinner already.
Okay. Let's say it's an upscale place, and then
Please
there's
do not
night
say
cruise
100
with
platinum
that.
or 502 gold.
It's let's say 45 gold pieces.
Easy, done, boom. Girl likes to drink, and he likes that. 45.
Like a drink and fish. And who
Yeah,
knows,
well,
maybe
he's
you'll...
fishing for something.
Oh yeah. Yep, you cast your hook, and she's gonna cast hers as well.
Well, listen, you gotta try. She's at least, I would, if to answer your question you asked at the beginning, she's definitely caught his interest enough for more than just a one-night stand at this point. He is
Okay.
definitely curious and might want to pursue more with her if she, but he's still gonna try to get with her.
Yep.
he's still his father's son.
Yes. All right. And we fade, and at that point, are you guys
Into
gonna
the
be?
fish.
Yeah, you're into the fish, so you're not going to be present for when everyone else meets up.
Yeah,
basically.
he probably won't. It's
Okay.
probably better that way, to be honest,
All
for
right.
him.
All right. Just don't forget that you did make an arrangement with that Thrycreen later tonight, I think. Or
No, that was for the morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
Tomorrow
that's why
morning,
he was
yes.
willing to not go to the party,
Okay.
because that's in the morning.
All right.
He freed up his night.
Mr. Thrycreen, you also do notice every single one of the, like, the three people you were following do go to a bar. If you watched the Golden Rooster hunt at all, then you definitely would have noticed all the contestants going in there as well.
I'm going to at Mr. Thrycreen just in case.
You mean
Zoid.
Zoid?
I am here. Hello. What's happening?
You're going to the party, yeah?
Are you going to the party? That is a question.
I'm sitting on a rooftop in the middle of the night.
You do notice.
Am I
You do
going to a
notice-
party? Probably not. I'm like on a rooftop near the church. Like I've just been doing cross-legged meditation there for like the past however many hours we've been doing this. I really don't have any reason to go to the party because they're just
Okay.
Zenova's not exactly sending me there, unless someone got a boo-boo from like bad chicken or something. Zenova's not going to send me over there and be like, "Go, my child, go and heal them of dysentery."
Which
Zaliel did get food poisoning. The player got
Anyway,
food poisoning.
That is my reason for that, Jorah. I just there really
Okay.
isn't any reason, and
All right.
I will simply be waiting for my moment in the morning.
All right. All right.
We could say Zalile's just throwing up on the way there because he also got food poisoning from the.
So you hear some vomiting out. You hear some vomiting in the streets, a little bit away from your location.
At that place, Zorg? How did the meeting go? Sorry, I had to leave early.
Zorg!
Yeah, that's you, James. James, wake up!
James, Ish, you both there?
Ish! Damn, I can't believe we skipped them.
I'm here. Am I gonna have to run that back real quick on Zord's queue?
How many people fell asleep?
Hey, listen, I didn't know my scene
Where are
was
we?
that.
When are we?
I didn't know my scene was that boring. Come on, people.
Well, Secret banged and left her with very satisfied. Drums. She banged drums.
Bang drums. Ah, yes.
And then we retconned that Zalile got sick during the meeting since I actually had food poisoning, and so now Zalile is throwing up in the street on the way to the party from food poisoning. I'll just turn to both of you and I
Make
said,
everybody feel better.
Yeah, that'll really liven up the party. Ah, it's the champions and Pukey Boy.
And I just turned to Zorg and you and I said, like, hey, what was in that food at that restaurant we ate at earlier? I'm just and starts throwing up there.
So I'll take the lead on this Q initiative. I just turn. I'm like, man, I think one of my fingers fell in your plate.
That makes it 10 times worse.
Monica is behind you guys. She walks up and goes, "Oh, so you ate a finger on that plate. Could you tell me what it tasted like? Tell me, does it interact with the thing?" He's trying to hint at your demonic mark without actually saying it.
I'll just say, I don't know. I don't even want to know what it tasted. It tasted delicious, actually, I think. And just like, Monica, I might need you to do that thing I taught you. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm really missing stuff here, guys. I'm really missing this.
Wait a minute, is Stefan? Oh, Stefan's not. Wait, but Monica's there. Is Stefan there because of fuck it? Oh, I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see this. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, we're walking together
We got some awesome party tricks,
with
huh?
our birds.
Okay, so you asked Monica to heal you. All right.
And now you know why I'm somewhere else, because I had this vision, and I decided that orc women are more fun than Stefan killing somebody.
Secret.
Yes.
Just before you go out on that cruise, we're gonna go into private chat.
No.
Okay.
Did they just ruin my? Listen,
Oh,
if the vision is just Zalile is puking everywhere, he's going to continue.
So, in your vision, you see Zalile. He's clutching his chest in great pain. And you suddenly see him begin erupting. You see, like, his flesh begin twisting and turning, and he erupts into effectively a corrupted. He turns into a amalgamation of flesh, muscle tissue, and body parts.
Okay, now knowing what I know about my visions, how exaggerated is this likely?
I mean, it could be.
Because I've had exaggerated visions before, right? So
they're typically not extreme exaggerations. It might be off the mark by maybe one level, but it's not like if he was gonna stub his toe, it's not going to show him dying.
like exploding.
Yeah.
So now, what about metaphors, though? Is this? Because listen, he's looking for literally any reason to ignore this, any reason to ignore this ridiculous fucking vision you just gave him.
I mean, it could be a possibility that he does unleash his inner demon or succumb to his corruption very in the near future. It could be a metaphor like that.
Could I tell? Okay, question then. Here's a question. Could I tell the time of day in the vision?
Yes.
Because like if it's like
definitely around
bright
this
sunlight. Oh fuck. And you said, are we just coming off the boat or getting on the boat?
You have not gotten on the boat yet.
Okay, I'm gonna try to smooth this out because I want to at least check this out and make sure everything's okay, and then I'll take her on the boat. I will just explain to her that I just need to make one stop at the party because I forgot to give my friend something, and then I'll take her fishing. And I apologize for the wait. It's just it can't wait, but I'd like to still do that, and I'd like her to just come with me really quick, and then we can go back to the boat. Just frame it like that.
And Stefan did warn everyone that to never teach Monica a healing spell.
Did he warn everybody?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
We can go back and check.
Okay. But yeah, either way, I'm sure he doesn't know why that's happening, but it's at least worth investigating, and worst comes to worst, he pretends to give somebody something, he goes back to the boat, and then he continues his thing if it was nothing. So that's how he's going to try to do this.
All right. All right, and just to confirm one last thing, Stefan, you warned everyone that that no one should teach Monica a healing spell, right?
That was after it already happened.
I did that.
Wait, you didn't?
No.
I
thought
thought he didn't either. Because otherwise, why would Zaliel have done it? At the very least,
I
I
know
know
about it when he did it.
It was
Yeah, but you, but
we
after
found out afterwards, but he never said
I
it.
probably would have clued
I think
people in that's not a good thing to teach her.
Yeah, I believe
but
he
I
would
think
have done
the
it
thing
after
was
the fact,
he learned that fact after. I think he learned that fact after Zaliel had already done it, rather than before.
I believe so, but
so how do
And
you
I don't think it
clue
was
everyone in but
communicated to Zaliel not to do it since then. So Zaliel wouldn't know to hide this happening, I don't think.
No,
How would you communicate this? I've never seen you without Monica, ever.
It's happened once.
It's happened
Once in a while, we
maybe
separate.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
They don't-
she went
I don't
down
think
to
it's
the
been
tunnels
communicated.
by herself, and
And they
I
don't sleep in the
guess I
same
just
room.
assumed.
Remember, you
I
met
guess
her.
I
at the
just
tunnel.
always assumed.
Well, that's because you're Pyre.
What? I'm supposed to notice her?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure after Elwyn warned you, you did. It was just one sentence, but you did tip off everyone. I'm almost 100% certain of that.
I'm pretty sure I would have if we didn't actually say it.
Right. Yep. I just remember though that Zaliel had taught her about that before he had learned not to do that.
Yes, that is correct.
And I probably wouldn't ask Monica to do that if Stefan had already told us that. I was working off the information that Stefan hadn't told us not to teach her.
Well, I hadn't told it before you did that.
We are.
I mean, like
you asked
after
in
the
your
fact.
horrible state or not to get the benefit of the spell that you taught her before, not remembering what would happen or whatever.
So Monica says, "Oh, I think I've got just the thing for this. Remember that healing spell you taught me? I can cast it right now."
What?
What?
He did what?
She starts casting healing word. But it's at this point that Secret, you can arrive on scene. You notice, you hear that part right at the end. As she's
okay, and I'll just say, no, Monica, I've got it. From behind her and behind the group.
Okay, are you going to? Oh wait, you don't have any.
I have two, or no, I have 3 level 1 spell slots left. Theoretically, I could cure wounds him if that would make him feel better. I mean, it might not because I don't have. Oh wait, hold on. I do have
always
1
explain why
second level
healing doesn't help that.
Right, but you know what I.
For the sake of this scene.
Mostly just so, Monica doesn't cause the vision I just saw. And I'll just say, I'll go up to him, cast Cure Wounds, and say, I leave you alone for 1 minute, and I have bending future visions.
Blame Zorg. I don't know what restaurant he took us to. Sorry.
I'm gonna look back at Monica and say, perhaps you should put that away. I say as I look at Stefan and say,
what?
Do you have this from here? I'm kind of in the middle of something. Okay. You guys have fun? What do you mean, why? Listen, that's not for me to explain. That's for him to explain. I have...
Pull Monica off to the side.
I'm going to look over at Zaliel and say, please do not explode into a monster corrupted while I'm gone. I kind of have something to do.
Now you've piqued my interest more than anything. I really... we should get hurt to heal somebody soon.
No. Just if I use the spell slot for Cure Wounds, will he feel better? In this case?
Yes.
Just for the sake of the scene?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Here, just in case. Oh, I have to click a target. Hey,
just click one of the NPCs.
Guess what, Quilic?
Yeah.
I clicked Quilic instead. Okay, so yeah, gain 7 HP in regards to not throwing up. You're good now.
Oh my. Oh.
I'm gonna look at him.
Oh,
and I'm gonna give him that look. You are in trouble if I have to come here again look.
Well, I know. Sounds like things are going well with you, Secret. Are you coming back later this evening, or
probably not? I will see you tomorrow. I have a date.
Ooh.
That you interrupted by being in my visions. No, not those kind of visions. I saw you turn into a corrupted, and I'm pretty sure I know why I saw that. He looks over at Monica.
Do you say that while she's within earshot?
Probably more like a whisper, like
okay.
He's like talking through his teeth, if that makes sense. Like his Secret's kind of pissed, but like he's not stupid.
Okay.
But I will say, none of you show up in my visions. If any of you even explode tonight, I will see you tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure I just did all my exploding right here on the street. I do appreciate the Secret. Sorry to interrupt your day. You get yourself some nice little cup on the butt. Huh.
Listen, now that I'm leaving, it's not going to be me you're going to have to worry about. He says as he grabs Zaliel's head and turns Stefan and says, who do you think he's going to want to talk to when he's done over there? Not me. I just saved the situation. Have fun. And I pat Zaliel on the back and just look over at Clearheart and smile and say, sorry about that. I just had to do what I had to do. Are you ready to go? Ready to go fishing?
Yes, I'm ready to catch the big one.
Oh, you will. You will. And he'll just kind of start walking away, turn. It's like one of those like anime moments where he turns, he glares the laser beams at Zaliel one more time, and then just turns around and just walks off like nothing happened. Like it was supposed to be that way with her. Sorry, I owed him some money for something earlier. He says as he's like going out of earshot.
My roll 20, and I can't remember if I have the message cantrip or not, but I would definitely use it right now to message to you, Secret. Get you some. Sorry for interrupting.
Deus Ex Secret Dreams saves the day again. But will he save Zaliel from the ass whooping Stefan's gonna give him? No. I'll say it, Stefan. Kick his ass for me.
All right, Stefan, you've pulled Monica. Yeah, you've pulled a confused Monica off to the side, She's very confused. It's just a healing word. What's so wrong about it?
You're not supposed to learn those spells. Your mother warned me.
Wait,
She
what?
said it might touch off something. There's something in your past that might touch off. It could be very, very bad. You shouldn't have learned the spell. Can you forget it? Can you erase it out of your book?
I mean, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to erase spells from memory.
I know it is.
I mean, I can try. Is it really that bad? Make a persuasion roll.
You're a warlock. You better have this.
I better have this, yes.
You might want to roll a sense motive after as well, just to be safe. Did you really forget? Yes.
Like, you give her a very serious look. A very serious look, like... I mean, what's your general disposition whenever you're around Monica? Would it be unusual to see you like, oh no, I'm 100% serious. Yeah.
I'm just very upset that she's even learned this. And I'm just showing it, and, it's something that could be dangerous to you. Don't you understand? You need to stay with me more and not endanger yourself.
She does think a little bit. It's like, okay, I trust you, Stefan. If you don't want me to cast any healing spells, then I won't cast any.
Please don't. And if you can try not to even remember that, take it out of your book and try to put it out of your mind, please. I don't want to have to, whatever would happen. Your mother warned me that it could be very bad. I don't know what it is. She didn't explain. But she sounded very much like that was something that shouldn't happen. And I don't want anything to happen to you. For me. Not just for your mother.
And... yeah. Monica does... She looks... It's like, she does look down at her book. She does look down at her book. She does shift a little bit uncomfortably. She's kind of... If you can imagine it, it's kind of like a dog that's been caught doing something it shouldn't do. And she says, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I trust both of you. If it's really that important, then I promise I won't. Then I promise. Okay? And she's already promised, yeah.
I reach out and I give her a great big hug and I say, it'll be all right. Just be careful.
Just beat the shit out of Zelaya. It'll feel better, Monica.
What? How is this my fault?
Violence always solves problems.
So, shut up! It just popped into my head.
All right.
And I take her by the hand and lead her back to the group.
Yeah. When you hugged her, she also gives you a hug back. You stay that way for probably about 20 seconds. And then you guys head back. Okay. If you want to confront
I can't wait for the conversation. I cannot wait for the conversation that's going to ensue after that. Oh my god, please.
Before the party or after the party?
Whenever Stefan has it. I just want to make sure that even if my character's not there, I just want to make sure I, as the player, am there to hear that conversation. That is all.
I just look at Zelile and say, we're going to have a talk when you're well. Not now, when you're throwing up all over the streets. I want to tell you things you want to remember.
Well, Stefan, I'm down to have that conversation whenever I think ooh, yeah. And I start like shifting around my waist a little bit in my stomach. Like,
Yeah, I'll let you know when it's time.
Trick. Hey, for the record, this was before I knew bad things might happen, and she was down, and I was, for the record, looking after her when you weren't. So, I mean, I'm not placing blame. I'm just saying, you know.
I think you just need to go sober up before I talk to you.
That's fine, Stefan. I just want to let you know it was with good intention. Before I knew bad things might happen,
Hell was
Monica.
paved with good intentions.
Make sure you listen to Stefan, and what I taught you.
Don't talk to
just
me
forget
now.
about it.
I love this.
And with Stefan, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cast a spell.
Eldritch Blast?
I swear to gosh, if he has friendship.
No.
Dominate person?
No, this is an innocent one.
Hold
right.
person as he then runs off as fast as he can?
Haste
No.
runs like hell.
Expeditious
This is a nice
retreat
one.
and haste?
This is a nice one. I'm gonna go ahead because I don't have any of those spell slots left. I'll just use a cantrip, and as he's walking away all mad, I'm gonna use a little message, and I'm gonna whisper to him. It's going to be okay. I promise.
Why like that?
About the thing.
Why like that?
You'll see. You'll see. There's a reason for this.
We have to purge the party. It's the only way to be sure.
It's the only way to be sure. That's why I'm not here. Y'all can purge yourselves.
It'll be like the Hunger Games, but we're all volunteers.
No, please don't. I'm just cosplaying Batman over here. I don't need to come down and heal you guys. Just don't do
Be
it.
that guy with the spear.
No.
See, that was
Let's do
the goal was for me to, but you know, Monica showed up first, so we just went with it.
This was honestly the better outcome because the future event that was going to happen where she actually heals something was going to be, it was going to be a treat.
And that's why that's what I was gonna wait to say to Stefan later. Was like, I originally told her to keep it as a surprise. This is better. Secret coming. All right, could have been a lot worse.
Leo, I told you to shut up. You're the one who just asked her to cast it. Don't make me mad.
I didn't ask her to cast it. All right, so again, I said if I would have already known that, I would not have asked her to cast it. All right.
Shoot.
And this was without the knowledge
my
of
God.
knowing something bad could happen. That was the condition I said. With all right. So.
Stefan, you have complete execute authority. He's still technically property of the church.
I'm going to check something.
On property of the church.
He's probably Googling really quickly the fucking range of Eldritch Blast.
Oh, I know what the range of Eldritch Blast is.
Can I take Spell Sniper to double the range of Eldritch Blast right now?
No.
DM, could you give...
I look over to Monica and I put my hand on her hand and I say, do we know the silence spell?
I mean, I know the area of effect silence spell, not exactly the single target silence spell.
Well, if we cast it on somebody, it'll keep them quiet. Just cast it on Zalil's robes or something like that, and we won't have to hear him anymore.
She's actually going to... I think she's going to actually push back on that. She says, well, I mean, Zalal might definitely be different, but I don't think we need to cast silence on him.
I've told him to shut up already 6 times. He doesn't seem to want to listen.
I only said one thing to you, Stefan, not multiple things. So I did actually stop.
You've been running your mouth since I got back.
And Monica says,
that was out of character stuff, Stefan. Just saying.
Monica says, no, I don't think we need to. It'll be fine. Let's just go to the party. And she tries to yank your arm into the tavern ahead of Zalal.
I just glare at him and go with her.
I'm sorry, Joe. I can't help it. This is just too funny. I'm sorry, Joe. I can't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at you like that.
No, you're okay. It's just one of those things. No, like real quick, like again, there are certain things I said out of character, and those weren't listened to. So that's all I'm gonna say right now.
I think it might be because I think I got confused too because you called him Stefan. So like you called him by the name of the character, which I guess is what we call him anyways. But I think that's where I would have gotten confused by that. That's I think where I got confused by that. If that makes sense.
Fine.
But the scene's still funny to me.
Oh boy, look at the time. Is that tonight's session, or are we going to...
What?
We're gonna go party.
Yeah. You guys are going to go to party. If you wanted to speak with any of the contestants, build up connections, learn anything about them, or set anything up for the future, you can feel free to do so. Because you basically got everyone except for Clearheart and Astoria. Wait, no, Astoria is there. But everyone except Clearheart's there. But you can probably do that outside of session if there's anyone in particular you want to speak with to learn more about. Because they can probably set you on a path to get you more personal stuff.
I would probably buttonhole Astoria to introduce me and Monica to our. I can't remember what the guy's name is.
Elric and Beru, or are you talking about Team 1?
I'm talking about the
Mammoth?
What?
Dimitri.
Yeah,
Okay.
I keep wanting to call him a mammoth, and he's not. He's a
Loxodon.
Loxodon, yeah.
Yep.
So we possibly can learn a little bit from him, and you can do that out of game. I don't even have to be there if you don't want it. I'm just
Okay. Set that up. Anyone else have anything they want to learn from these NPCs? Although Lyric did promise Zalal a personal meeting as well, I think.
Yeah, that's for the next day. We have a personal training sesh. Zalal will just say hi to everyone because I was really trying to make sure everyone came out, have a good time. Towards the end of the party, I am actually going to sneak away into Secret's room to see if he does come home for the night.
Well, I know now I have to go take her somewhere else.
I'm just gonna be sitting
I guess
on
that depends
Secret's
if I have a
bed.
vision. I guess that depends if I have a vision about it on the way
Nope.
there.
No, you do not.
Of course not. If you cockblock this man, you will have worse fates than just Stefan breathing down your neck. I'm just going to warn you.
This was planned before. I knew you were gonna be busy. I'm just, now I'm more curious than anything. I'm not gonna cockblock. I'm just sitting on his bed, just seeing if he comes home tonight. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
You're being cock-blocked. Just
I know, just from the way he's talking.
I will not.
no
I will
hesitation.
say-
Just
thinks you're
do it. You got
omnipresent.
spell slots.
so he wants to
Listen,
watch.
Listen,
If
I still have a
come in
use of
with a date-
fortunate, and I have a hold person. I
The
will
lie
hold
will
person you and
leave.
throw your ass out.
Zalile will leave if you come home with someone. If you come home with no one, Zalile is just waiting to find out what happens.
You're in his
that-
bedroom. This is like a living room situation. You're in his bedroom.
At the
There's a reason-
church.
Again, Zalile wanted to have a private meeting with Secret, and there wasn't time today. So he's just waiting to see if there might be one if he comes back alone.
Yeah, with the
If he doesn't come back alone, then Zalile will jump out the window and like try and make sure, all right, that he's not seen. All right, I'm not gonna cock block. Trust me.
Dallas, you got a third floor window that he's going to jump out of.
I'll take the fall damage. I will. I'm not gonna cock block. I
can't wait for him to be like, oh
okay?
shit, I gotta stealthily get out of here as he jumps out the window and uses his Azamar wings to fly off or whatever. I can't remember. Do they get wings to like feather fall? I can't remember.
No.
Certain
mine
ones
are
can
broken.
get wings at certain times.
Yeah. But
No,
oh well.
Not me. I don't get to fly. No, I fall.
But I guess that would be up to Jorah how that goes. But I'm assuming there's probably things that happen at the party before that. So
We could make him fly too, and then stop the spell whenever we want.
God. Hey, just remember
have
what
a
happened to
handy-dandy
you guys
whistle.
when it happened to you.
Y'all are forgetting. I have the whistle. Okay, I have an escort to get me out of the window. All right. if
I have
need
my
it.
own escort too. I'm just saying.
I can fly away on my bird if I need to.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna block you and your bird.
AFK for about a minute.
All right, great.
Okay.
While he's AFK, let's do things, guys. You're running into logic circles. Jorah, what happens? And you two react to Jorah setting the scene.
All right. Well, for the most part, we can just quickly set up the scene. So this is a, I believe it's an average place. It's in the commercial district. It's an occasion you guys decide to set aside for yourselves, and actually no, Jack Wild set it aside for you guys. So you have some kegs of fine wine there. He greets you one last time and tells you all to enjoy. And all of you do get to talk with each other, small talk about where each other's from, and if for anyone who was interested, you can easily talk to every single one of them about vaguely what their specialties are, and if you want to set up that to be learned in the future. And if you guys are interested, I do know that Ash definitely wants to ask both of the people from Mermosa about his homeland, but that's more of a lore dump history lesson. But tomorrow...
I don't mind if he wants to do that.
We've only got 13 minutes left, so we can probably save that for the next session, because it's probably going to take a little bit of time. He might have a bunch of questions. Do you, Ash? Do you want to go through the big history of Mermosa? This session or next session?
We can wait for the next session, because depending on how long it takes, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to be here.
Okay. Alright, we'll save that for the next session. Basically, you can just DM me if there's any particular person you wanted to learn about, or any particular schools of magic you want to learn about from this cast. In the future, you are definitely going to be meeting more people from across the continent who has different skills, including martial skills with the upcoming war game. In fact, that'll probably be up to you guys whether or not... Well, I guess we can skip to the whole Zalile and secret scene. If you want my opinion, I'm pretty sure Zalile probably isn't going to cockblock, but we'll see.
Well, let me ask this.
Honestly not. I just want to know if I'm sitting there, if he walks in with someone, I'm jumping out the window.
Yep,
If he
I'm
walks in
very
alone,
certain.
I have something I want to
Let
talk
me.
to.
I was gonna say. Let me ask. I guess the question is if he brought it up and probably said it in some stupid way. Well, not even a stupid way. If he brought it up and said, "Hey, I know a fun spot," after fishing,
Thank you so much.
and if he made it clear what his intentions were, would she go for it?
Thank you.
Would she go for it?
No,
Well, you know the town a lot better than she does, so you lead the way, she'd say.
He wants to make it clear because he's not. Koi is fun and all, but he wants her to know, like, here is my intention. If I take you to play a different kind of drum, do you want to play it? Does she look like she understands that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you've already stated beforehand you
right,
made your intentions.
Just in case, like, he is the type that's like, hey, if you're not enjoying this and you want to back out, there will be no hard feelings, like, hey, I am a gentleman in some ways.
Yeah. She gives you, like, it's kind of like the what is it? The predator muscle shake, the predator, like, flex shake. Like, if you two were holding hands, she simply just pull your hands up and just flexes extremely hard. Kind of like something that they would do back in Drensis, because strength is everything, of course.
Like, I'll take that as a yes, and I know exactly where to take you. Dear lords, you are not leaving my sight tonight. And he'll start walking her to the church.
Do I see this if I'm just sort
a
of
funny place to be taking a date?
do I see
Hey,
this?
listen, this is where he lives. He lives at the church.
Yeah.
He's
Taking her to
taking her
church.
home.
Look,
Oh my
look.
God.
Sir Kava is the god of sex, okay?
Hey, listen.
I know.
It's
If anything,
it might
this
not
is
be
worship.
his domain, but I have more siblings than any of you ever will.
She just turns and looks at you and is like, you know I want to gag on those hairballs.
You guys walk past. You guys walk past some golden statues of Sir Kava that are half naked.
Giving him the thumbs up.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Zalil asked a question earlier. Sorry, what was it, Joe?
Oh, no, I don't think. Can I see
There was
them?
something about seeing something. I don't remember what.
It was
Can I
my
see them?
it was
sorry,
my
what-
question. I was simply asking whether or not they are going to the same church that he would have been mentioning, or if there were others.
Yes, it's the
Is
same
it the
church.
same church? Okay,
Mhm.
and I would have seen this from because I would have been watching the entrance, waiting on whatever early morning ceremonies announcing, basically, okay, now it's open, basically. So I'd be watching that during the night, so I'd see this. I won't do anything. I just want to know.
Okay. Zalil.
Sorry, I don't know how I confused y'all's voices, but sorry about that.
Good.
So Zalil, Secret probably would have a room that sees the front of the church. You would clearly see Secret approaching with the orc lady in hand.
Then, if that's the case, do I have enough time to leave his room before they get there, or is the window the only option? That's all I need to know.
I
Am
mean,
I jumping out the window?
you're
I mean,
probably
I imagine he's not running up like a schoolgirl. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like,
you probably
I don't know how intense
have
this
plenty of
passion
time.
is,
Yeah.
all right? He could be carrying you and moving fast, I don't know.
I mean, if she's carrying him, he's not gonna stop her. He's gonna probably be like, "Yes, mommy." But like, all jokes aside, I assume she's not doing that.
Another question: If Zalil is jumping out the window, do I see that, or if I was basically across the street? So if the church was I don't know where the church is. Is it on a plaza? Is it across the street? Like, what is it on? Is it like
how
on a
good is your
separate
passive
boulevard?
perception? How good is your passive perception?
I believe that my passive perception is a 13, but I will double check.
Okay, you might see it would be a great distance. Even if you had dark vision, it still would be a decent distance. It does have a plaza, a big plaza, so
I do
you
have
might
a
see a
13.
shadowy figure. You might see a shadowy figure up in... You don't know which room's secret. You aren't familiar, but you do see a
No.
shadowy figure up there.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
And Zalal, you have plenty of time to get out of there. Unless they decide to jump in through the window, you have plenty of time to get out of there.
So then, don't have enough time to leave a note or anything, but I'll just kind of move like his pillows around a little bit so he knows someone's been in here, and I'll just kind of that thing where you like, oh, this is not where I left things, and then I'll leave before they get there.
Bitch.
And I'll go outside the church, and I'll use my whistle to call upon my flying steed.
Okay, the hippogriff. It's like a dog whistle. No one else hears it except for your beast, and shortly after, your hippogriff swoops right in. If you want, you can just quickly jump onto the hippogriff and fly away, or if not, you can just have the hippogriff just land right in front of you, and you can interact with it.
I'll go ahead and just have it land, have a quick little brushy scratchies and all those greatness, and I'm tempted to hover just within eyesight of Secret's window. The thought, passes through I wonder what that would be like to see a tabaxi and an orc. No, I have other things I want to do tonight. There's one last thing I need to do. Zalile's gonna try and fly somewhere where he's more isolated. Is there I don't know, like a watchtower or like
in
a
town
roof?
or out of town?
In town still. More
I
isolated.
still stay sick and start throwing up when he's flying.
No, I healed him for that. Jesus Christ. Please do not start
You can
raining
see
vomit
some
on the town.
Some poor soul walking along. This thing flies over.
The worst bird duty of your life. Oh no!
I don't have prestidigitation. You better not.
Oh my god.
A safe location or a risky location?
Somewhere where I'm isolated, relatively safe. I'm not trying to be risky. It's something I'm just trying to find a real private spot with this hippogriff somewhere away from people.
There is a gambling hall that has several floors. At the moment, there does seem to be lights on the very top, but for right now, it seems like the upper floors seem to be closed, so you presumably won't be bothered up there.
Okay.
It's at least 6 stories tall.
3 more minutes.
All right. Zalile, the purpose behind this was he, for the first time, saw someone contact a god, and that was when Secret said Zygon's name in a prayer.
What was that?
Hold on.
What have I done?
That's the creature I
What
summoned
have I
and sent
done?
after this a while.
Swoops down, picks up Jorah.
Are we about to witness a kidnapping? Oh, it's a kidnapping.
Yep, he's gone.
Oh, shoot.
Well, we got 2 minutes till we all rage quit. But he's still here listening. No, yeah, he can hear us. We can do whatever we want.
Ah, yes. Time has not stopped.
Row, row, row your boat. You guys aren't any fun. Okay.
Sorry.
He's back.
I
We
would've
can't
joined
have
you.
fun. We're not allowed to have fun. The GM's back.
Alright, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Edit that one out of the
Zalile.
video.
Zalile.
So again, it was the first time I ever saw someone reach out to a god and actually like contact and like talk with them in the way that Secret did. So I was gonna see if that was like a cleric thing or if that was something he could help me do. But I'm just gonna go for it by myself and without someone to tell me better, which god do I try and contact? I have
which I was thinking you were gonna
out
contact
of my
Zenova,
two.
but now
No, it's out of my two, right? And I don't have a better half to tell me otherwise. It's just tough because Lyric literally just said that that Visage is not as bad. Is not. Oh, this is so based on what Lyric said. This is ringing in his head. But he has the meeting with Lyric tomorrow, so no, I'll still just leave it to Zenova, and I will try and recreate what Secret did. I myself got my hippogriff kind of next to me. I'm sitting there, and I'll Zenova, I pray to thee. Talk to me, please. I don't know how this works.
After a bit of silence, you do hear. Hello? And who might this be?
Holy shit, it worked. Sorry, your most merciful graciousness. I don't know how to refer to you formally. I am Zalile. I'm not sure about the last name, to be honest. I was given your mark, and I thought I would try and contact you to see, really who I am.
There's a little bit of silence. And she says, "You are Zalile. At the very least, that is the name that you have been given from birth. You happen to descend from my lineage, my single lineage. And based off of your memories, you've gone through a very turbulent history." And she essentially lists what happened in your history, like, precisely.
Oof. Zalile's eyes kind of brimming with tears, a few of them streaming down his face as he... I wanted to contact you because the people of your highest worship in Acheron, they shunned me and wouldn't really tell me anything about my mother and who I am and where I came from. I think it's about time I started to learn and find out. And I guess also, I just have so many questions. I honestly didn't think this was going to work. Your radiant lovingness, I don't know how to address you formally.
I will admit I am not all-knowing. I only know as much as the marks give me, and I do not have very many marks in circulation. However, I can, at the very least, tell you what I do know. I will admit I am not that knowledgeable of your mother. But I do know that your father did not have any demonic influence. From what I can tell from your father's memories, your mother left you at a very, very young age. And it wasn't because she hated you or she abandoned you. It's because she was worried about... She was worried about what she might become. The people who bear the mark of visage, the complete mark of visage, both halves, for most of them it is their destiny to become a formless monster. If she has not shown herself now, it's possible that she may have succumbed. She may have succumbed to this curse.
Is this why you gave me your mark, to prevent me from having such transformation when I was at my most vulnerable when I was younger?
Some of my descendants are capable of passing down their mark. And I will admit, you did happen to inherit it, but that does not make it any less great that you bear the mark. The curse is not your fault, and you do not deserve to become a monster because of something outside of your control. If your mother had approached me earlier, then I might have been able to give her the mark as well. But most people know that gaining the mark of mercy is quite rare.
Hey, then why do I feel like a monster all the time? Why am I treated as a monster all the time? I seek your mercy and your love, and yet I rarely find that mercy and love from myself.
How much does she know? How much does she know? I've been told by Surkava that you'll face many trials ahead of you. However, your life and the life of that girl, Monica, I believe you call her, both of your lives can make a difference in this world, in how people view the Genasi and how people view the corrupted. The only issue is that not even Surkava knows exactly how you can build a future where even the corrupted can be welcomed back into the Pantheon. At the very least, you are a living example that corruption can be beaten in some capacity. Unfortunately, I can't give everyone the Mark of Mercy because it's a powerful mark that has been greatly abused in the past. Everyone will treat what they do not understand as monsters. They think that the corrupted are beyond hope and beyond salvation. But both I and Surkava think differently. Unfortunately, the path ahead is not clear. I can't really give you guidance on the path to walk. Just know that Surkava has definitely seen at least one path in the future where there is hope.
Then I thank you for your guidance and the mercy that you've shown me tonight. This is eye-opening.
Remember, that mark you bear both of them. Both of them. They can... Both of them. They are yours. The corruptive effect of the Mark of Visage, the other half, has been sealed off for now. And what you have left is truly a wonderful gift. Do not be ashamed of it.
Thank you for your knowledge, wisdom, kindness. Zenova, I must be honest, since my son's passing, I felt great sense of guilt and regret and grief about not taking action into my own hand, not ending the life of Lord Cunningham, but I'm starting to believe that there is a greater purpose to this. And I thank you for your counsel.
And she says, extend the mercy that you have received from both me and Sarkava onto other people. You're likely going to discover others who have been touched by demons or who have demonic influence among them. And not all of them are beyond hope. Not all of them are beyond salvation.
I will. I want to build people up, and maybe if I start building myself up and start being better myself, maybe I can, I don't know. Thank you. I will do as you say.
All right. If there's anything else you want to say, then feel free to say it. If not, then you two basically say your goodbyes.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I'll take my little bird friend, have him fly home, and I'll probably just sleep with my bird friend, knowing that the church is bumping a little bit tonight, a little run on a rock, and I'll just hang out with my bird friend and fall asleep with him.
Okay. I'll have to think about which benefit to give you for upgrading your Mark of Zenova, but you could look forward to that in the future.
Okay. Hopefully it'll save me from Stefan.
You can't beat me up anymore, Mark.
I've never touched him.
Not yet.
The ominous.
That's the key word. Not yet.
Touch. He's got plenty of range stuff he can do.
No.
I mean, on that note, Monica might sense your killing intent, and she'd say,
No,
Stefan?
I'm not going to kill him.
Killing
Please.
intent, holy shit.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Monica would say, please don't hurt him in any way, please. I don't really understand what the issue was between you two, or what the problem truly was, but please, you just made an honest mistake.
It's not that he taught it to you. It's he asked you for it, knowing that it would do some harm to you. He was too drunk to think about that. That's what made me mad, dear.
Margaret wasn't drunk, was sick with food poisoning, and wouldn't have asked her. Again, just saying it out of character.
No, that did that. Shoot. Okay. Unfortunately, we're way too far into retcon it now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know.
we can do
I think
something
she's
with
already
that
said
next
it.
week.
Yeah, she's already said it. She definitely said. Please, and she does say, please don't be too mean to him.
Oh, I won't.
Everybody's mean to Zalile.
That is true. That is true. Everyone except for the other people who could be considered part of this domain.
Let me rephrase. The party is mean to Zalile.
I've never actually been that mean.
Unquestionably mean and unforgiving to Zalile, but I feel like we dish just as much as he dishes out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Zalile dishes back. Zalile is not.
Yeah. Who fired
defenseless
first?
here.
I guess it
Zalile.
doesn't matter who fired first in terms of who did what first. It's just become this endless war. War never changes.
Yep. All right.
Yep, and that usually starts for stupid reasons.
I mean, in this game, yes, a lot of things happen for stupid reasons.
In real life, people's ego, greed.
Yep. At very least with some of my wars, I'm trying not to start a bunch of them for stupid reasons.
I mean, it would be hilarious.
The War of the Bucket. Those people stole our bucket. Now let's murder thousands upon thousands of people over it.
I mean, it sounds related to the War of the Skyrim chicken. Touch a chicken in Skyrim, see what happens.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I've definitely killed animals in Skyrim.
One of our bloodiest wars started because the Austrian prince stopped to get a sandwich instead of going on to where he was going, and the assassin killed him then.
Yeah.
If he had to stop for the sandwich, World War I wouldn't have started then.
Was it a sandwich or was he going to the hospital? Either way, it was something
Well,
like that.
he stopped off somewhere for a sandwich.
Hmm.
And that delayed him long enough for the assassin to get in his place.
Was it a sandwich? I thought it was because his car stalled or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a World War I expert.
I'm not either. I wasn't there.
Really?
Really?
Thought you saw the. I'll shut up now. I'll shut the fuck up.
All right.
Yeah, I was a war baby, a different war.
But we'll end the session right there. Tomorrow morning, we've got a lot of other stuff to do. Zorg training session, lyric meeting with Zalile, and you guys talking about whether or not you're going to be participating
Waking up
in a war
refreshed.
game. Yep. Along with just inter-party communication of all the stuff you guys have learned.
I guess now it might be too late to ask the question now that the deed's probably already been done. But are hybrid children a thing that
No.
I just okay? Is that a no, as in that they couldn't
flip of the
read at
coin.
all, or is
Flip of
that
the
just
coin.
like
One or the
flip
other.
a coin for the raise?
Yeah, flip a coin. one or
Okay,
the
but
other.
there is still okay. That's all I need to know. I'll shut up now. I've asked the question.
Yep, if she gets pregnant.
Hey, listen,
You
he'll
will
take care of it.
You will forever have a child who wants to be on the other side. I want to be more
Out of
like
a-
mommy. Why
Yeah,
am I
if she
black?
gets pregnant, you talk to Stefan. He doesn't do that stuff, but he knows a guy that does.
No, listen, it'll be fine.
I need to remember that Stefan is the one with the real criminal contacts. I need to murder someone, I'll go to Ash. I need something to get done, I'll go to Stefan.
Yeah, I know a garbage disposal to get rid of bodies.
Well, that's more of Ash. Like Stefan's more like, hey, I need some antidepressants.
Yeah.
Like
I can
neat,
find him.
all shady trench coat, and we'll make the exchange of cash and drugs and go off, and I'll
You want to buy a nice watch?
just like that. No metaphor. It's just a nice watch.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
You-
is that the session?
Yep, that's session end.